There we go. Hopefully I remembered to switch all of the sound thingies and everything else that's required. And we should be live. It's that time of week again. I've got tea, not coffee this week. And let's do some Minecraft. So we're as usual back on the Together SMP server. And we are building the World Eater. Did pre-run a few times last week to get down to a depth where the TNT tubers can clear the islands, which they barely can, and we can still run all of the sweepers at the bottom here. So before then, as you can see, we couldn't run the sweepers because they would just get blown up if we built them higher up, or run into the rocks if we didn't. So anyway, this is how it looks for now. When Dryken comes on, we'll probably continue building the sweeper setup. We did this part last week. It's like the bottom piston array for the sweepers, the pistons that actually punch out all of the water. And Dryken started building the actual sweepers in that end, and I started underneath here. So we'll see. Anything we want to do before then, really? And a weird square hole there is the former slime farm. We're gonna build a new one, but it's going to be over here later because of the new slime farming meta from 1.19, which the server isn't upgraded to yet, and it won't be for a couple of weeks because we rely on a few add-ons. So Masa needs to get time to fix all of his add-ons. And he has already said that before he releases new versions this time, he wants to do a couple of rewrites that he's had queued up since, I think, 1.13. And for those who don't know, Masa does Tweakeroo and Litematica, and I'm forgetting one that we use. Is it MiniHUD is not his, right? Anyway, he does like 3 of the main add-ons that we use for technical building and stuff. So living without it is, I mean, you can, but not while you're doing a big technical project. So since we're doing the duper array and stuff now, we definitely want Litematica. So Litematica, well, I mean, this that I'm doing now is Tweakeroo, which is the free cam feature Tweakeroo. And this, the ghostly appearance of all of the sweepers, that's Litematica. It's basically a blueprint mod that lets you load a blueprint and project it into the world, and use that as an aid when you're building stuff. And Tweakeroo does a lot of UI tweaks for building mostly. FreeCam, I just showed you the offset block placement that allows you to set blocks diagonally above a block. So you don't have to put the helper block here to be able to put one above. You can just do this. That's also kind of indispensable once you get used to it, to be honest. I mean, it's not required. But it is very nice. It's a quality of life thing. Let's see, hostile creatures, which means you can guess where we're going. That is correct. We are going to the Enderman farm. Let's see, we need this, we don't need that. We can have this. And just getting going. Might as well heal up all the tools before we start today's grind. Should probably add a redstone to be able to just ditch all of the ender pearl stacks that are left over. Don't think they cause a lot of lag or anything, but you know, tidiness. Yeah, that's gonna be enough. And then let's get rid of all of the crap. Still have to remind myself not to use the command Q, because if I do, I will quit Minecraft suddenly. So I'm missing some key bindings since I upgraded my computer. And the problem is I don't actually remember how I did the key bindings last time to make it work. So we parked all of the dupers over here last time because we want to be able to build everything here, then send them back, and when they're back they should dock over here, and then we can build this side. And when this side is done, then we're good to go, basically. We can use where the dupers are now as a guide to where we should put the Litematica drawing. Well, actually, we could do that, I guess. So let's leave this place and jump into here. So this is the staging area that I created last time in order to get the drawing in. And now you'll be able to see some, this is Litematica, as the title says. So let's load World Eater. I think it's World Eater right side. And it's warning me and saying that I have, yeah, okay, well, I thought it was warning me, but apparently it wasn't. Maybe it was warning me that rendering was turned off, yes. So this is the other side. Obviously that's not correct now. So let's change it. And the other one was rotated clockwise. So I'm assuming you are going to be as well. Now we have to, let's go upstairs. I think it'll be easiest to align them when they're here. Yeah, so this is a loaded schematic. 0 was bad. 40? Okay, 60 then, isn't it? Close enough. Yeah, so this is a loaded schematic, which now doesn't exist in the world. We'll soon make it real. Are we going to assume then that these should just line up? So I don't know if they're supposed to be exactly there. That lined up? No, it's not. One more. I haven't looked. I do have the world download still, so I could go and look. So that's lined up. At least. I'm assuming these stations will be kind of similar. So I'm trying to figure out, well, we're wrong height, so let's fix that. So now this would come in and it would hit that, which is probably not correct. I'm gonna assume this is actually supposed to be one higher. Well, we could check that downstairs. I assume. Oh, really? Well, I guess that doesn't matter. So this is lower, apparently. I wonder how much lower. Maybe we are pushing things into the ground here. Okay, no. So that's the lowest block. And these are, I mean, kind of lined up. Okay, let's go look, shall we? Still have, this is the World Eater download from, oh, I left it running. Well, apparently I left it running. No, I did stop it, it just hasn't stopped yet. So this is the original world download from Ilmango's 1.13.1 plus World Eater video. So if we align on the main pillar thingy, so this is the annoying part. We need to actually, we should do this. You can see, how can I show you this? I probably do this, right? Well, I have to find it myself first. Yeah, okay. So these here are the angles that you're viewing in. So since we want to go straight, we want that to be 180, right? Doop. And the other one should be 0. The other one isn't as important because it's up and down, and we're just interested in left-right alignment right now to hit the right block on the other side. Okay. So if I manage to get it just right, and now I release the mouse and we just go. I do forget that I don't have clip on. We should be able to see, right? So basically, okay, let's go down. This then seems to be in line with the other pillar. So this one is basically one step right of the other. I'm still not touching the mouse, I'm only using the keyboard to navigate. Then height-wise, looks like the highest point of this is one block higher than the other. So this should be one lower and one to the right when looking at it from this direction. If I mess this up and we build it in the wrong place, when it comes to the other side, it will just break. Speed up, as in make control work for up, because it doesn't. So right now that's wrong. Placement, this one, move one wrong, this way. Okay. The top block should be one lower, yes, which it is. So now it's correctly aligned against the other, which means that this, which is like the actual flying machine, will come in here. And that will, well, it won't hit anything, will it? How does this work? I like to figure out how things work. Well, I guess these catch. No, it can't. And that can't catch it either. And that's the highest point. It'll pass by that block and won't be caught by anything, and neither will that. Didn't I say it should be one right? Move it two left, then it doesn't work either. Yeah, see, these are the really annoying things to keep track of. I would like it to be lined up here, because then I can use this as a reference when I need to check quickly later, because in the other one I have to do the whole alignment angles thingy just to see which blocks are where. And I don't really have to do that here. Crap. So let's go back then. and not touch the mouse. Hopefully we'll keep our alignment from last time. And now I can go put myself so I'm watching that piston, which should be ahead of this one. So that piston should hit the top piston here, which makes a lot more sense than what I was seeing. So back to the staging area, which means that this observer should hit that piston, so it should all be shifted one to the right. Anyone see where I made a mistake here? 2, that's where it was before. Okay, that seems logical, because that means it'll hit here, and then when it goes down, this will glide along this. So if this hadn't been a glazed terracotta, it would get stuck. And then since it's moving down in front of this, that should trigger it to go back. So that makes sense to me. That means that these two are actually... No, they're not. Am I blind? No, they are aligned. So it means that both of these are aligned, which is not what it looked like. Double checking. So I'm think it looks right from the TNT Dripper hitting the stops. But I'm still confused because we were here. Need debug screen again, thank you. And we were looking at 180. We're basically in the middle of this block. See, the crosshair isn't exact. That's the problem. Yep, they're aligned. Okay, good. Checks out then. So that means this part is now officially correctly aligned with the other part, which also means that we can make the bounding boxes align at the top, which is good. Anyway, now we need to actually paste this, and I think... Oh. Alt X apparently. What if I have time on? Game rule. Do daylight cycle false. Time set noon, thank you. There we go. No need to have daylight cycles in a redstone world. Hold on. I'm getting questions on Slack. That I needed to answer. No, actually not Slack, Signal. Okay, so we can align those boxes later. And now I pasted this part in, and that's because we need to make this a number of segments longer. You can see these are actually just simply repeated. Is that the case? It's the case from here. Hopefully that repeats neatly as well. So let's do this. Then we need to go 6 more. Oops. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that correct-ish? Yes, that seems right. And the reason we're doing this is so that we can use this to set the first corner. So we're gonna do a new area, and we're gonna call this world eater end part, because we're gonna do one that's called world eater end, which is going to be all of it. And then we are moving that corner to where we are, which puts it in our feet block, so to speak. And now we need to go down here to the very bottom and basically do the same in this corner, but for the other corner of the selection. So this corner, move to player. Now we should have selected everything that we need. Good. And now we can create a schematic out of this. And just making sure that we got everything here. Yes, we did. Okay, so let's create a schematic out of this. Area editor, save schematic, world eater end part, saved. And then we're going to, then we're going to loaded schematics and load the world eater end part there. And then we should get a world eater end part. All right, you are where we are, right? I don't know, was it 60? I don't remember. Close enough. There we go. And then this direction, please. Now that should hopefully just line up like any previous part of the machine. It didn't quite down there, but I think that's basically just a slime block missing or something. So we're gonna, no, it's not. Okay, then so it's like each segment is too long, if that makes sense. We'll see. We're gonna do this, and then we're gonna move it into itself there. Now we can paste it. This should hopefully line up here. Oh, see, it doesn't. Okay. Well, screw it then. I think I did the top and the bottom separately last time, and I probably should have done the top and the bottom separately this time as well. Probably most definitely did do that. Okay. So, guess we're gonna have to do that this time then. So then we need to move the second corner, which is this one, up to where we are. It's not super important, just make sure that we're getting everything. Yep, looks good, right? And then we can create a new part. World eater. Oh, okay, world eater. Right. Only dupers, only supers, well eater, and only dupers. So that's apparently how I named it last time. We need to load that one. And we got it mostly, it should be. Yep, okay, let's move it on. There we go. Still lining up with things here. And then we want to paste that and then move the placement again. I mean, there are better ways of doing this. Generally, I would do this work with World Edit, but I don't have World Edit installed right now. Oops, wrong one. So that's why we're doing it the hackish way. So is this right? All the pistons line up. All the transition lines up. All looks good. Okay. Then we can paste that part. And then we can actually remove. Remove. Good. Let's go down here again and put the first corner here. So doesn't really matter. So this one to me, and we're only doing dupers this time, so it's a bit easier. Remind me to remove that later. And then we can do this second corner to me. Thanks for reminding me. And that should be the sweeper stations. Then we can do the same procedure as last year. This, but it's supposed to be only sweepers. No, sweepers with 2 E's. There we go. And then we need to load that one. Good placement. You can remove this one. You need to configure this one. It's probably too high up. It's probably too far. See, there we go. And then we can move it sideways until it lines up, which it does there. No? Why doesn't it line up? Is the first one different? The first one was different. Oh, right, I started way too early. Yep, well, my fault, sorry. Should have started here, of course. So area editor, corner 1, move to player, save schematic as only sweepers, which I'm not allowed to do because it doesn't allow overwrites. Masa, fix, please. We can remove those. We can load the new one. And see where we got. Well, I mean, it's not right, but anyway. No, schematics. Move it in the front and then just keep going. Need to go to the other end so we can see what we're doing. Okay, let's see if we can line this up now. That should be good. And that's 2, 2, yeah, that looks good. Then we can Sorry, we can paste that. And then we can go back here and move that even further away. Let's see, is this... Okay, so a bit more than this, which means a lot more than, I guess. I mean, no, this is a bit too wide, so we can probably make this a bit less wide this time, because I made the other one, the other side, the starting side, too wide. As in it's wider than it actually fits. Okay, well, this is the same width at least, so that's good. There we go. And this one here should be good to use as one corner. And then the other corner, of course, needs to go over here. At the tippity top, as they say. The server. Place it there. Fortunately, day-night cycle is on the server. All right. I was trying to do, I was mentally prepared to do the creative mode flying before I realized I actually cannot. So if I paste it here, what will we get? Top or bottom? So loaded schematics, load world eater, and yes, please. What did we get? We got... It's going... Oh, no, we didn't. We got the wrong corner. Okay, then, I guess we're gonna have to... Oh, actually, here we need to do that. Otherwise, we won't see what we're doing. Okay, now we can do this, and I don't know, I think it's like 29. Yeah, look, sounds about right. And then a massive amount of go that way. Oh, cool. And now the question is, this is why FreeCam is so nice. You can check that they're aligned, because this top block should be aligned, and then we can just push it across to the other side. So let's push. Oh, actually, let's make sure, doubly sure, that we are actually aligning with... Oh, we can't, right? Because yeah, but it looks right, doesn't it? And the problem is we have crap in the way here. And that's also, wait, let's at least move you out. So that is supposed to be an observer, exactly, and that's gonna hit that. Okay, good. That looks right. And then we're gonna move all of you over here. Is it? Oh no, it's that one. And then we need to make sure we leave an air gap here, I think, for the sweepers. Well, I hope it's just one air gap. Now that I think of it, I actually didn't check that side, so we're gonna have to go back and do that. But anyway, you're too far that way. So I would guess this is the right amount of this direction. And now, so when we built this, I insisted to Dryken that we didn't need a 15 wide trench. I said that 11 was enough. Because I had looked at these and I couldn't for the life of me understand why you needed 15, because I mean, yes, you need a little bit extra here for this, but the sweeper stations and stuff, they're really tiny, right? And this part, that's never going to pass into the trench, because before this part gets there, all of this is going to get bombed out, right? So you only have to fit this thin part into the trench. So I didn't get why it needed to be 15 wide. I still don't think it needs to be exactly that, maybe. I guess ours is 11, we're adding 4. Yeah, well, it ends up being 15. Never mind. It needs to be 15 wide. And the reason is that if we go upstairs, so this is where the duper is going to be parked. And here is the duper, which means that this part is going to be where that, like just in front of that. And then 1 to 3rd block off from that is where the TNT is. So here, and then, oh, let's try to do this 1, 2, 3, 4-ish, which means that the first TNT will drop here, right? Or actually it will drop there. So it does not have enough punch to delete all of this. It only has enough punch to delete like here until here. So we need to dig away at least 4 more blocks wide. And actually it looks like 5 on this side. Yeah, so unfortunately I was wrong. It does happen occasionally. What's this? Well, I guess, there's a single block there. Well, we need to go delete that now, don't we? So unfortunately, we'll have to do some digging, and the problem is we can't not do it now, because it will. There you go. It will ruin the sweepers if there are blocks there. Well, I guess the sweepers can probably push a few blocks. I haven't checked how close to push limit they are. But otherwise, if you leave any blocks here, well, you can actually, let's go downstairs. You can actually see it here because we did bomb it all the way, right? So you can see here, these are being left, and we need to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, probably 5 here as well to be 100% sure we're not leaving any blocks for the sweepers to run into. But anyway, so that's why you have to have a 15 wide trench. And actually it looks like 16 wide because we are pushing it. Actually, we have pushed it, haven't we? Because this is too close. Didn't I check if this worked? I don't remember. I have to go back to the single player world. This one. Which side am I on? I'm on the other side. Not that other side. So we have these pushed up against the wall. And I'm not sure you can do that. I think I tested this. Not 100. Obsidian, maybe. Something that we can't break. Okay, can we make this stop the same way? If I put redstone block there, will you pause them on that side? Let's see. Oh yeah, well that worked. That's good. Sorry. Can reduce block sounds and return hostile mob sounds. So you can see if you leave a lot of stuff here, the sweepers will run into it, right? Does look like it's punching out quite a lot. And this is on the edge. Where does the last TNT fall? On the edge, basically. And here you come. To the sweepers. So let's do another test on this side. Now we just want to run it like back and forth once to make sure that we don't ruin anything. Interesting. Was that just client-side lag? Oops. It shouldn't land at all, right? Anyway, what do I know? Actually, let's do this. Oh, we'll have to wait. It's a 1 block free underneath the sweepers, which I guess is for safety margin. Okay, so having those observers against the thingy isn't really a problem. Because they're there, they're gonna be there. Let's imagine that we had a lot of unexploded blocks here from the last time. And see what happens when they come back. Because this is basically what we are left with potentially. And 3, so this is the 4th one. So this is, well, it's a mock-up of what could happen. Let's see if it removes any of that. I think it will leave some of them, and it might ruin the sweepers. Well, actually, okay, so this trench is how wide? I know you have a lot of extra, so ours is basically here. This is where ours is, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So here is where our wall would be. This is our trench. Is that about right? Yeah, it actually is. Okay, so let's do a fill command. This, yeah, I know. So this, that, stone. Oh, did I do it wrong? I did it wrong. Never mind. Is it that way or that way? So minus. So I did a boo-boo. This is supposed to be 13 instead. That should be better. Yes. Okay, good. So this is basically a worst case scenario, right? Now we can just tick warp. Just running the game basically as fast as we can. Yeah, exactly. So this is the problem you will run into, that you don't get all of the stone blocks deleted, and your sweepers would get stuck on these stone blocks. I mean, it's easy enough. Oh, sorry, that wasn't the engine. It's easy enough to move them in once it's done. And I guess if we select this one then... Oh, thanks. Seems to be just the last one that's a problem, actually. So let's fill this. With air. Oops, sorry. Let's see if... So now we made it 12 wide, basically. We can do some tick warping. Well, you can't see it working right now, but you know it is because it's actually going back and forth. And the rest of this should just be... Or... no? Okay, never mind then. Well, this waterlogged part here... Well, I guess they still got stuck then, right? And as they got stuck, they were... Why isn't it waiting for all of the machines to come back? Thought it was supposed to wait for all the sweepers, but... And I mean, you can see here what happened to them, right? Goodbye, sweeper! Yeah, they got deleted, basically. So they probably got stuck on the edge. Anyway, give me a redstone block. And let's put this machine out of its misery. Okay, so 12 wide is not enough. And since I tick warped it and ruined everything, I need to start over if I'm gonna find out. But I mean, if we're digging anyway, digging 2 wide or 4 wide is not really a different. Let's see. It seems that YouTube is complaining about the stream quality, but OBS says it's streaming at like, or was right now streaming at 11,000 kilobits per second. Sorry, like it's always annoying to find out what is what's broken. Exactly, it goes from saying that it's too high until it's too low, it's too high, it's too low. Okay, well, I don't know. It also seems to be that right now I'm just looking at the static screen, and of course, like video compression would make that take up a very little space in the stream, since you're not actually doing anything. It's like can compress it really well. Okay, but we did find out that, okay, and we also found out this part. We need to have one air gap there for this to work, which is good. Okay, let's jump back. I'm assuming I can't change stream settings while I'm actually streaming, but just to make sure, I'm gonna check if I can. Well, it's I mean, it is set to a specific bit rate for streaming. It's set to 9,000, which, if I remember correctly, was the recommended setting for YouTube. So I don't know really why. I'm gonna Google it later. And also I need to remember this is 50-ish minutes in, so I'll go back and look at the stream later and see if that was actually a problem or if it was just Google thinking or YouTube thinking that... I'm sorry, what? What? Can't have this. That it was low bitrate because it was just not... It didn't need a lot of bitrate. Oak fence, thank you. Someone broke something. There we go. And we don't really need... All right, I moved all the horses because they were in the way. Hello.
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 Let me a second. I think my.
Can I hear you?
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Good. I could hear you all the time.
Yeah, these freaking developers, you know. Output device default, and then I switch my default to the, the speakers, and it doesn't switch to the freaking speakers.
No, but it wasn't the default when it started.
Yeah, who cares? That's why events exist in a fucking operating system. That's the developer's job. Goddamn developers.
Yeah, I know, they suck. So I made the drawing for the other side, or the schematic for the other side. So if we get that far, then we have it. And I also did some preliminary testing on like the clearances, because I had a world download with Ilmango's Ilmango's world download for this. I just checked how wide a trench they had and if we actually needed blah blah blah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so this trench on this side seems to be 10 blocks wide, which is actually less than we said it should be, so we must have missed something when we started. And that's probably why it looks like we had to dig 5 away from here, exactly. And this one, it was just 4, if I remember correctly. Actually, it looks like a lot more here. Looks like to stay within the blueprint, it's like 7. But that's not supposed to be required. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So this, yeah, so this trench is 11 wide. So 4 more on this side should be fine. You can actually check, right? Because you can see where the TNT is gonna drop from. All right, it's further back on this side, that's why.
So we made a mistake when we placed the...
No, it's the thing that we talked about before. I think on this side, 3 is fine. If we remove, actually even 2 blocks should be fine, because the first TNT will land on the 3rd block from the edge. But if we're gonna do it, like 3 is fine. So the reason that was a problem is that I didn't know why the trenches had to be 15. You remember we talked about it before?
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, so it's the 4th block. Did this before, but I don't remember. So it's 1, 2, 3. So it's basically gonna land here. So this I don't get at all. Do you see my stream?
Yeah.
Actually, let's...
choppy, but...
Yeah, it's weird. It's warning me, but I mean, OBS is saying it's running in 10,000 kilobits. So it's like, I'm not sure. I have like 0 dropped frames. Oh no, actually it says encoding overloaded. Consider turning down video settings or something. But I mean, it's using 5% of the CPU and I have no dropped frames, so I'm... I think it's buffering a lot right now. Could that be it? That it's like it's encoding on my side, but since it's not producing enough frames over time, basically it's not dropping frames, but it's buffering like unencoded video on my side and trying to catch up. Could that be it?
Possibly. I'm seeing a slideshow right now.
Yeah, well, that's what the preview shows, but the preview isn't always great. So, okay, let me. Now it should be there, hopefully.
Yes.
Okay, good. Then Sorry?
It looks like it's working now. I can see green things moving normally. Yeah, you're now moving normally.
Okay, good. I have like 60 FPS locally at least, so that's good. And it doesn't say that it's overload. And it's using more of the CPU now, which might be good or bad. Hopefully good because it's running like multi-process. So I think it was here. 2, 3, 4. So there should be the piston thingies. And the pistons are here, and then that, and then the 4th block from here. So 1, 2, yeah, actually this one. So if you can see where I'm putting down a moss line on the other side of the map.
Mm-hmm.
That line is where the TNT will drop from the dupers when it turns around. And I'm running towards us. Oh, good. Beacon range. Some more speed. And if I remember correctly, on this side, it was like this block. No, one further. So this, on the other side, this is where the first TNT lands.
Acho que sim, eu marquei no meu postou, o André tá morto.
So granted, the other trench is 1 block less than this one.
Did they accidentally make it one less?
Yeah, I think we made it 1 block less accidentally. But as you can see, like this on this side, it's gonna hit like the 3rd block from the edge. But on the other side, when it's turning around, it's gonna hit like what? The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, the 9th block. And they're both supposed to be 15 wide. So this is 10. Remove 5 blocks, and it's going to hit on the 4th block from the edge. And on the other side, it's hitting on the 3rd block from the edge, right? So that means that in my book, on this side, the closest side, the one we're building now, we shouldn't have to do anything. Because the TNT will drop closer to the edge here as it is than it will drop if we make the other trench as wide as it's supposed to be. Right?
That's weird.
Yeah, kind of. And I mean, I think this is a fixable problem. Like if you look at, oh no, you can't see the schematic, can you? But if one looks at the schematic.
Yeah, I can see it.
Well, not the new one, you can't. Oh yeah, you can see it on stream. It's true.
Yeah.
You look here, these blocks here, that are just like an extension. I'd have to try this for real in the other, like in the testing world, but you could shorten this but by at least 3 or 4 blocks to move. So this piston is what's going to stop the duper. And at least that's what I think. Or it's this one. It could be this one, I guess. Might be wrong. Actually, I should check that. See, I shouldn't talk when I don't know what I'm talking about.
Don't worry, this is rocket science to me.
Well, I broke this one severely, but for this, it doesn't really matter. So we need to start it and then go up here. Up, 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 up. So we need to see how it works when it turns around. Okay, so it stops. The TNT is at the same place as the observers. Okay, so it stopped a lot further in than I thought, which probably makes this make sense. Just go back and check. Yes, this is an excellent spot. So the TNT was lined up with these. Yeah, and that's the 4th block in. So it's reasonable then. Since this is one, yeah, then it's the same as the other side, and then it makes sense again. So never mind.
It's because it stops a little bit deeper.
Yeah, it's because it stops in a different place than I thought. Which is, in this case, good. Because if it hadn't, I wouldn't have understood how this works. Okay, so you don't need that now. We can just, I can disable it for now. And this one, To fix. So how are you doing?
Okay. I think it was the most productive week I've had in... Man, I don't even remember. Because they, you know, how the company is, you know, worried about spending, and, you know, we might be heading into a crisis in the US and all that stuff.
Yep.
So they made the executive decision to fly all of the leadership, quote unquote, to Canada. Because, you know,
deportation.
Yeah, money is tight, so the best thing you can do is fly people there.
I see.
And but the good part is that, surprisingly enough, when you don't have a bunch of managers doing nothing, you get stuff done. I've had 2 hours of meeting in the entire week. I haven't had that in... I don't even remember. I think even at Replay, I had more meetings. And that meant it was the most productive week I've had in so long. It's funny in a way. The solution is to just send them all away. And then you can get things done.
Yeah. So for anyone that's wondering, I pressed Control Q. Don't ask why. Well, I was trying to press Control and W because I wanted to run and jump, but I pressed one button too far.
Makes sense. I've all done that before. No.
Yeah, thanks for saying that. Oops. My week was also semi-productive, at least. Not the best week I've ever had, but I mean, it wasn't bad. Shouldn't complain. There's a lot of annoying observers to place here.
Tell me about it. It's like a nightmare of observers. How am I supposed to get observers on that side in? So,
yeah, exactly.
I need to hang out of nowhere while creepers stare me down. They're like doing a staring contest.
Oh my god. Creepers from above when you're doing this. Well, I did try to light this wall up when I did the like the mining to get its wall cleared. But you know, there are no guarantees in Minecraft.
Yeah.
Just gonna check my sounds. I think I turned off block sounds before. Yep, I did. It's because I ran the TNT duper with tick warping. Oh right, you have creepers on the mainland side, so to speak.
Yeah. They're just, you know, like dogs waiting for food. Oh, come on, I keep falling. They're just salivating, looking at you like you're holding a piece of meat. Just waiting for the opportunity to hiss at you and then blow up.
Ah, slime blocks are the worst. Can't jump off
I
them.
miss my jumps every single time.
Actually, I managed quite a few, but I did miss this one.
Like,
and this one.
Every time I miscalculate this freaking thing.
So they should have left those stupid blocks in the middle. Might have been helpful. Oh, come on, game. Ouch. That's my face.
And not only it's hard to gauge how far you need to jump, it's also when you land, then you're like, instead of stopping, you're jumping.
Yep. Well, I'm starting to place auxiliary blocks in now. I'll just remove them later.
Yeah. Anyways, let's go.
Should have brought a bow. Gotten some target practice in.
Fucking hell.
What? I was holding shift, damn you! Doesn't shift work on slime blocks?
It works, I know, because I literally just had to shift land.
No, I was holding shift while approaching an edge. Seems to work. Well, I guess I made a mistake somewhere then. Would definitely have been the first time ever, so...
I do have to say, I feel like the shift has become worse, like in the last few updates. Like, I remember, like, before I was very reliable. It was very reliable. Now it's like depending on how fast you go or the angle. I don't know.
Well, there are two problems with shift that I'm aware of. One is the one that when you open your inventory, it releases your crouching, even if you didn't release shift. Oops, that was totally me, by the way. And that's annoying sometimes. Close but no cigar. And also close but no cigar.
You're practicing it at this time.
Yep. And the other one is the one that we talked about when we did the trench thingies. You're in the wrong way, aren't you? I can tell, you see. Where, like, if you're off by just a little bit, it'll basically... if you walk too fast or too far, it will drop you down when you place the next block.
I see there are some observers here at...
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They can be up against the wall.
Yeah? Okay.
Yep.
Just confirming, because...
Yeah, I tried it extensively, just to make sure. And it works. So how do we place the outer observers now? Those are like the...
I haven't come up with a plan yet. I think so what I've been doing here is going through the wall and using a cactus, right? Then you can place them. But for the outside, the only way I can think of is if we have some sort of bridge outside where we can just go placing those, you know?
Yeah, or you just place scaffolding blocks next to them. That also worked. If you...
Scaffold.
Yeah, look what I'm doing now, if you can.
Okay. Okay, so how do you do it? Oh, I see. You put a... that is a nice one. Okay.
And that worked. And it's not too much extra work, so. And I also happen to have a lot of moss blocks on me that I used for the painting demo before. You just target the outermost upper corner and it will be correct.
Perfect.
Ah, come on. Fell down again.
Yeah, this slime jumping is not
Yeah,
fun.
but it's because the edge is you can't run in the middle, but you can run on the edges of a slime block, right?
Yeah, and then it suddenly
Exactly,
you gain full
so you're
speed.
creeping towards the edge and then all of a sudden you just jump off. Trying to see if Malin sorted her problem. She was going shopping for snacks, so nothing important, but you know, morale boost.
But she needed a specific snack?
No, but she forgot her wallet.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, especially since it takes like 15 minutes to drive there.
Oh
So
yeah, for you guys.
if she's going home to get the wallet, it'll take another half an hour. And I don't know, she usually gets a bit upset when things like that happen. So,
like she, like don't you?
well, I mean, no. It's I think
no?
I think I have a lot easier to just accept the situation as it is.
Yeah,
I mean,
you are a true Swede man.
Yes, I would be upset, but I wouldn't be upset. I would decide either it was worth going back to get it and then go shopping again, which I probably would have, because if you have been looking forward to snacks, then not getting snacks isn't really an option. So I would probably have done that. Or I would have decided that, okay, well, fuck it, it's not worth it anyway, and then I would just have not. And it wouldn't have made me mad or angry or upset. It would have been like, okay, that was stupid. Why didn't I put my wallet where I always put my wallet?
Wow,
so,
you are a better man than me, man.
And some
you
things
are
maybe...
better man than any of us, honestly. That is such a sweet thing. Calm and collected, even when snacks are forbidden.
Oh yeah.
Stripped away from you.
Oops, that's the wrong button. I wanted to press that button.
Man, I gotta say, I played yesterday. I played with some friends, Factorio.
Yep.
For the first time they were playing it, and I hadn't played in a long time, right? Now this is annoying me all the time.
Which?
Like every time you use the item, it just swaps out all your toolbar items because you're using the Q, right?
Yep.
It's like, why do you do this to me?
You mean that you can't lock your tools?
Exactly. I can't lock my tools. I have to basically randomize every time something happens. Then there's a new block there. Oh, I wanted my dirt here, and then now there's no dirt here anymore. For some reason, it's some other block, and they're like, "Oh my god, I hate you, hate you." Okay, so how do I continue to build this thing now? Because this is weird. Oh, it's right, but it's wrong. I love that's happening.
Why don't I just use a rocket every time? Because that's what ends up happening anyway.
Yeah.
Try to do it the right way, you miss your jump, and then you have to use a rocket to get to the next one, so...
Yeah. First statement, man.
Hey, I made it. I made a jump.
Finally.
Okay.
Should get an achievement.
Marlene says she's home in 10, which I guess meant that she went back and got it, and then went shopping again. So you're
Like
doing
a true
this
hero.
for... Oh, come on.
Okay, so...
Oh, come on! Pressing all the wrong buttons. It's ridiculous. Well, I guess I leave that side to you then.
So how do I put this here? No. You're stupid. Like you prepare to press the button like for so long, and then you put it in the wrong place. Okay, so...
Well, now I need to be up there. And watch the new Doctor Strange movie yesterday.
Everybody seems to have done exactly that. It's so creepy.
Why?
You're the third person that I talked to that said, "Oh yeah, last night we watched the Doctor Strange movie." Like everyone in the world just decided collectively it's time to watch that movie.
Oops. Well, it's a good movie. I really did like the first one. It was a very good movie.
Yeah.
And then I was really looking forward to the second one ever since then.
Yeah.
And it was fine.
Oh, I activated something.
Okay, don't do that.
Now it's stuck forever.
Oh, I don't have any more pistons. Ugh, I'll go make a bunch. I know we were low on them anyway, so it was just a matter of time, I guess. Also need to grab like a couple of stacks extra of slime because I'm burning through slime in an unsustainable way. Why do I have a grass block? It's like I have mob loot and shit on me. I don't know why. Must have killed some piglins that I forgot about.
Why are you doing this to me?
Break the redstone or observer or whatever it is that's triggering it. It shouldn't be triggered like that. None of mine have been.
Yeah, it's now all fucked up.
Is that a technical term?
Yeah, basically, like all of these lines are one block higher than they should be.
Uh-huh.
Why do you hate me?
Well, it doesn't hate you, it just likes to challenge you a bit.
Like, seriously, like it broke the entire machine, everything I built.
What? How is that even possible?
Like everything seems to be incorrect now.
It's probably not that bad. Sorry, I can't see right now because I'm in main storage getting stuff together for pistons. Okay, I'm coming back. I would guess that what happened is that you triggered the piston and it pushed everything up.
Yeah.
But there isn't any such piston, or there's not supposed to be a piston like that.
Yeah. Well, that just honestly pissed me off now.
Hey, like, as long as we don't end up building something wrong and we have to do everything again, I'm okay with this. Oh, well, of course I forgot to bring more slime. It's the last thing I said. Do I have some here? It's not enough. Ouch.
Really, I don't understand now. Like, everything is wrong.
Define everything.
Yeah, all the blocks are in the wrong place.
I'm coming over.
Because I already had done this area.
What? There is a zombie over there.
Oh, I see him. Well, there's a lot of things here because there is no sun. We are beneath something.
Yeah, this corner is underneath the Schalke farm.
Yeah, this thing broke everything. Like,
what triggered?
I put a redstone block, but I've done that before, and nothing happened.
Yes, but you had the observer. I guess when you put the redstone block, you triggered a piston, right?
Yeah, and then the piston
triggered the observer. The observer that was stuck to it got triggered because it gets triggered when it's moved. And then it triggered the piston, and the piston moved, and it triggered the observer, and then you created an observer clock, basically.
Yeah, and somehow it moved a lot of things.
Yeah, it probably pulled up all of the other stuff. I've been lucky so far.
And now I'm afraid every time I put a redstone thing, it's gonna destroy another piece of my thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, as I said, as long as we don't build all of it and then it breaks when we run it and we have to literally rebuild everything again, then I'm okay.
Okay, let me
I'll be over there helping you soon, so it's fine.
Yeah, I don't know why this thing hates me. I never did anything to it. Goodbye. You're all wrong. You were never supposed to be that. Oops. Svarte katten.
Mm-hmm. On the way he's on. I did get the computer before because he was gonna check something out. I think some redstone thing. Guess he got curious. He knows I'm streaming, so. What was that?
What?
It's an explosion. I'm guessing it's him, hopefully. Oops.
I did not hear an explosion, so...
Guess it's closer to me then.
Yeah, I see something jumping there. I think it's him. Yeah, it's him. He's playing around on the cannon thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just do this.
Guessing you came to the conclusion that the easiest thing was to just start over.
I mean, maybe there is a better way, I just don't know it.
No, I think I would have done the same actually, because I didn't see any simple way of fixing it when I looked at what had happened.
So I will have to be very careful.
I built it layer by layer and I haven't had any issues yet. A good rule of thumb is to always place observers last, because they react to things changing, and if you place them last, then they shouldn't be able to be triggered by anything else you're doing, hopefully.
Yeah.
Okay. Ugh, wrong button again. Cactus time.
Oh, by the way, did you see about the Copilot thing?
That is general availability now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I haven't done anything with it though.
I tried it. It's magical.
Does it write better code than you do?
I mean, no, but it reads your mind sometimes. It's crazy. So it does some weird shit, obviously. But even if it does the weird shit, sometimes it gets like 90% right, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So you just fix that 10% instead of having to write 100%. So it's crazy. It's crazy good. I was utterly impressed. I guess, there is the, all of the considerations on if it's violating code licenses and all that, but aside from that, as a tool,
well, they've used open source project to feed it, right? So it shouldn't violate.
No, they used available code, so it doesn't matter. And the problem is just, if you pick something from Copilot that has like a GPL license, then the code written by that has to also have the GPL license, right? Like it has like some, I don't know the specifics. I could be saying a wrong name here, but you get what I mean. Like there are some licenses that basically, if you have something on that code, then you need to make your derivative work from it use the same license, right? So that's where the problem lies.
Mm-hmm. Well, now I think I'm at the exact point you were when you broke your stuff.
Did you break it?
No, because I saw it before I touched anything. But it's like I already have an observer facing up, and it wants a slime block on top of it. And if I put the slime block on top of it, that's going to trigger the observer. So I can't have the observer there while I place the slime block. So I will actually have to... How do you do this?
Remove the observer and then...
Yeah, exactly. I have to kill the observer and then put the... Oops, that's not supposed to be there, right? So... Yes, so this, and this. And then put it back with a cactus in my hand. See? Easy. Okay, that worked. Now just do the same thing 10 more times. Oh. Next observer you place, you don't want the cactus in your hand. You have the cactus in your hand, so you place it all
wrong. So many things seems to be able to go wrong here during this build. I gotta say, it's a very hard one.
I mean, it's semi-hard.
Yeah, okay, you're the experienced guy. You're probably going to say
it's. I mean, this thing with the observers, right? That's annoying for sure, right? That's something that's easy to make a mistake.
And you know, the worst part is, I was actually happy when I was going to put the redstone, because the thing was like orange, right? Like complaining, I'm not in the right state.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, okay, cool. I'm gonna put the redstone in, and then it's gonna be on the right state. Stupid fuck. Yeah, okay, I need a cactus. I'm gonna...
Where's my cactus? Anyway, the movie was pretty good. You should probably watch it.
I did watch it.
Oh, okay. Did you also watch it yesterday?
Exactly. That's part of the creepiness. Like, everybody watched it, including me. This is the weekend of watching that movie.
That's kind of interesting. I mean, it's not that weird, right? It just came out, so...
Yeah, but still, nobody... I don't recall ever happening like that, you know? I found it... I don't know. I was disappointed, I'm not gonna lie. I think they had... Like, the first movie was so good.
Yep. It's always a problem.
And then I feel like they botched it again. You know, so many like cheap tricks, and it seems like the writers were very lazy. And another problem is just the sheer problem of the entire universe of MCU right now. They made things so weird and overpowered that you basically pretend to get those things together in, you know, you just string them together in a weird way just to make visual effects instead of having a story. Okay.
I think Marlin had a similar reaction. She doesn't like the pace of the newer movies. I think it's a generational thing, actually. I heard some industry person talking about how like TikTok and Instagram and stuff has changed movies, that to keep that generation interested and engaged, you need to have so much faster cuts and everything to like have a very fast pace and lots of twists. You can't really afford to have a slow movie with like a developing story.
Could be.
Well, that's what they said.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's an excuse in a little bit. It's just they've created a monster, right? So I feel like MCU has become a bit too much. Like you can't justify 90% of the stuff that happens anymore. You have, once you have, infinity stones, and you can travel back in time anytime, actually. But we just choose to not do it because, we need to make a movie here. So let's pretend that you can't use that. And then you have characters that are just so powerful, like the Scarlet Witch. She can literally bend reality, right? At her will. And then she's like, I have this. I that fight with for example, with the Avengers on the alternate universe was a great example of it. Like you have a freaking person just disintegrated by her, literally. Then for the other guy, instead of doing the same thing, she decides to go into a fist fight. Because why not, right? Like, okay, I'm gonna do a fist fight with you. I guess it's more cinematic.
Oh no.
So it just feels like, why? What are you doing?
Didn't break everything. Hopefully. Did I break everything?
Yeah, I would be worried because the same thing happened to me, and I was the same way. I was like, I just screwed up these 2 blocks. I'm sure it will be fine.
I can't see that I broke anything, but I did sleep and trigger one of those observers that were looking up. Stupid. See, I was listening to you. That's the problem.
Yeah, I'll be quiet now.
Well, that's gonna make for some boring playtime. Ooh, nice. That was unintended, but interesting.
Okay, so this guy here.
Okay.
Down.
Yeah. Putting the last thing in on this end, I think. Yep. So my side is done. Please don't trigger anything, or we might break things.
Oh. Are you teasing me now?
No.
Okay, I swear. Please don't. No.
I'm gonna start cleaning up here, I guess, because we're not gonna need any of this anymore, right?
But yeah, I think the movie, like, they destroy the character, and this is the problem, that it feels like they keep destroying the characters that they created, that were cool and good. You know, like Doctor Strange was so, like, he was always the guy like thinking ahead, and he was, the guy that clearly was smarter than everybody else, and he really thought about things in the future and how it would affect the bigger picture and all that stuff. Then on this movie, like, I'm totally okay that WandaVision killed an entire city, right? Made an entire city hostage and killed a bunch of people. Just chugged it off.
Which movie is that from? Because I haven't seen that one.
That is a TV show. That is
okay.
from.
Oh, it's WandaVision.
Yes, it's
okay.
WandaVision.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one.
It's a garbage show, anyways. But
does she play the Scarlet Witch in the TV show as well?
Yeah. But like, they keep cheapening it, like they keep pretending and finding weird ways of what? Why are you not complaining about my dirt here? Yeah, I think
I'm hungry, that's why I can't run. Goodbye. Welcome back.
Because it has to be purple, right? Complaining about stuff that shouldn't be there. Well, it isn't. Like, what? Is there some dirt? Oh, what the fuck is happening? Did I change some setting? Maybe I clicked something that I shouldn't. Visuals. Enable schematic. Render blocks as translucent.
What? Wall blocks?
Oh, for the schematic. Well, I turned it on. Who knows? Maybe it looks different. Oh, and you can change the ghost block alpha. Oh yeah, they look a little bit more transparent.
Well, weren't they transparent before?
Well, no. They looked a lot more. I don't know how to say it. Like, now they look ghost-like. Before they looked like.
What setting is that? Is it visuals?
Yeah, visuals.
Ghost block alpha.
No, it's not the ghost block alpha.
Render blocks are translucent. Is that the one?
I think it is trans. Yeah, render blocks as translucent. That's the one that I turned on. It changes it. It looks like way more different, way more different than the actual blocks.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I see. Oh, that's great, because sometimes you really want to know which blocks are behind, and you can't tell. But with this, you can tell.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's the biggest difference. Before, you couldn't see through them.
And also, the risk of you stepping on one of these blocks is basically zero, right? Because they look very different from the actual blocks. So
great. We never explored the damn options of the thing, you know? But yeah, so just to conclude, I think they kind of make the characters cheaper and different just to make the plot of that specific movie work, you know? Like, I'm gonna make this guy now act differently than his character because this movie needs it right now. So I'm gonna do it. Screw you.
They have also churned out an awful lot of movies over a pretty short period of time, right?
Yeah, I mean, it became a content machine.
Yeah, and I guess that means it's harder to keep. It has to be something new every time, right? Otherwise, people won't go to the cinema.
I don't know if that's true or not, but they sure seem to think that.
Oh, what? Why can't I pick that block? Ah, it's a piston head. Let's see. It's like, why can't I pick that block? I can pick every other
It's
block.
just the head.
Yeah, it's just the piston head, so I couldn't pick it. And I did have slime pistons, like, on me, so I could see that. Yeah, I mean, they did exist, so. Is that part of the flying machine or what? So all of this is basically that thing.
Shit, I don't know if this is gonna trigger it, so I'm gonna remove the fucking...
Yep, better.
I'm gonna play it safe. You know? Just play it safe now. If this triggers it, I'm gonna kill myself. Okay. You know I'm not dramatic at all, so don't laugh. How do I get there?
Well, I liked it anyway, even if it wasn't as good as the first one. I thought they did some very interesting cinematography and set designs. Like, it must be really hard to try to design those psychedelic, weird Doctor Strange environments.
That was definitely the high point. Like, I think, as always, right? It's just they're very good at cinematic rendering, and you know, I think that I saw a guy mention like yeah, they're really good at you know, the actual animators are really good at their jobs. It's never been, I think, a problem with MCU, right? Like, you always have this.
Yeah, production quality is always high.
Okay. So, okay, so this one.
What did you do for midsummer? Is it a thing? Or
midsummer? What is midsummer?
what?
What is midsummer?
I'm guessing it's not a thing then.
Yeah, well, according to you, it is.
Well, it is here, but it might not be there. So midsummer almost coincides with the summer solstice. It's probably what it was from the beginning, but then didn't manage to nail it. Anyway, the summer solstice when the sun is highest in the sky. So up here, that is celebrated each year in midsummer, or as midsummer.
Mm-hmm.
And that was yesterday, basically.
Oh, I see. Yeah, not a thing here. Or if it is, not a thing on my...
Not a thing in your household.
Yeah, it's never been.
No, here it's like next to Christmas, I'd say midsummer is the biggest like holiday. In how much people celebrate and have traditions around and things like that. So, yeah. Okay.
Whatever. Okay, so you are a piston, and you go here, and you now go.
Let's see, this one trigger. Is supposed to be
good. Okay, so if I put this here, it should not trigger anything, right? Please tell me nothing will be triggered if I put this here.
Please don't let this break anything.
Exactly. I would be so sad. One movie that I've been recommended and I want to watch now. So I'll give you the recommendation with an asterisk because, you know,
you haven't seen it.
Yet. But it's somebody that, you know, it's a friend of mine, and normally they watch kind of the same stuff than we do, and we kind of agree on most stuff. So I'm hopeful, basically. All that's to say that I'm hopeful. It's Everything, Everyone, and Everyone All the Time, or something like that.
Yeah.
It's a very weird name. Everything.
Yep.
Oh no, it's wrong. What did you do, Felipe? Way around. Oh no, not my dirt.
What's with your dirt, man?
Yeah, I threw it away. I don't want to lose all my dirt. I use it.
Why not? It's dirt cheap.
Yeah.
I'm a dad, I'm allowed.
Yeah. I saw a joke once where it was first was like, oh my god, so many things. Let me go to sleep. The guy said if you it's one of those memes. The guy, you know, the pointing to his thing to his forehead, like, you know, the genius. Mm-hmm. If your son is born and you don't immediately start making dad jokes, maybe it's not yours.
Seems reasonable to me.
Exactly. Man, how are you so fast? I'm still so far. Oh, so many monsters. Get out of here.
I think I'm faster this time because I didn't break my stuff. Saved me lots of time. And no, I'm not trying to tease you, it's just facts, right? Like, you had to build yours twice, so obviously that took twice as long.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're just more talented at this.
More practice, maybe.
Okay, so here it's a slime block. And there. No. Oh, come on, Felipe. I just haven't figured out a good flow for this, you know?
No, I did that pretty quickly, and that always helps if you can find a good flow to build the things.
It feels like I'm fighting the build.
Yeah, that's when every section feels like a challenge, not in a good way, then it's no fun.
Yeah.
Should be raining components on your head.
Oh no. Stop.
I'm tearing down all the old stations. Actually, it
all
doesn't fall.
Hard work.
It doesn't fall on your head, actually. It falls on the ground. Should be able to pick some of it up. Yep. It's all obsolete now.
Okay, so you... Okay. Good. The everlasting fear of turning this thing on. Putting the freaking observer.
Tried to sleep, but apparently it wasn't night yet, so... I went into the shadow of another build. That's why it became so dark.
Oh wow, I see a lot of materials here.
Yep. It's all of the return stations that I'm tearing down. Feel free to collect it if you want. Otherwise I'll go down in a bit and get some of it. Out of pistons? Well, right now then, I guess, because...
You need pistons.
Yeah, I need to get pistons anyway, so...
Okay, so let me see. I have an observer there. So the observer only sees the blocks on its front.
Yeah, the eye
where
side.
the arrow points, right?
No, only where the eyes are.
Oh, where the eyes are. Okay, so then that's fine. I'm now paranoid. Like it's like within the vicinity of an observer.
Yeah, exactly. Don't touch any blocks.
Okay. You are okay. You are okay, Felipe.
You have Enderman on your up in your stuff.
Yeah, these Endermans, they keep showing up.
That and that and that. Well, saved some at least. Mirror pistons. I found out today where all of those one eternity later comes from. Because you see them all around YouTube in different videos, but I had no idea where they were from. And for some reason I looked it up today, so
And what did you find?
It's SpongeBob SquarePants. It's apparently like a common thing they have in episodes. So that's where they're all from. Because I've seen them, but they're all different, right? Like if there was just one that people reused, then it would make sense. But since there are many and they all have the same theme, like it's the same narrator, it's the same font, it's the same style, background, etc. This is like, is there a generator for these, or like where are they from? Then I looked it up and it's cutscenes from SpongeBob. Have you watched it?
Why am I not surprised? I watched a little bit. Leonidas here, or Leonidas in Brazilian Portuguese, he was a very avid fan of the SpongeBob. He was very avid, a very avid fan of a very specific episode, actually.
One episode?
Probably watched the same episode like 500,000 times, you know.
500,000 times. That's a lot. The thing I've watched more times is Aladdin, Disney's Aladdin. I watched it 65 times, I think, so far. But most of them were...
kept count?
Oh yeah, I kept count.
Yeah, that's
nice. It was like 62 when I was younger, and it was, you know, new-ish. And then I watched it a couple of times with the kids, so now it's 65.
That sounds interesting.
I don't know. I like it. It's got all the sauce. Maybe it's not the best anymore, but when it came out and for a while afterwards, it definitely was the best, like, cartoon movie.
Oh, it's very good, honestly. Like my wife, it's one of my wife's favorite movies, and she was very disappointed with the...
Oh yeah, I haven't seen the Will Smith version yet, but it's gotten kind of good reviews, so I'm hopeful.
Well, we are a bit critical, right, of this stuff, so don't take our take it with a grain of salt, right?
Yeah, sure. I usually find it's the other way around, though, that well, it depends. Things that are really mainstream and all normal people give high scores, those are usually like meh. But it's more common that movies that Americans have given a low score are actually good. It's just that they contain, you know, a story. And I think that Americans generally have a hard time getting around a story to get to the action.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate right there in my recent experience. I don't know if it was always like that, but it sure is now. Ouch.
Are you dying?
I tried to cheat a little bit, you know, like, let's just jump these 5 blocks with a rocket so I can just go there quickly, and then obviously ends in disaster, because that's normally what happens when you try to fly 5 blocks straight into a wall. Not sure why, but
I mean, it's usually a bad idea.
Okay. Go back to the other side and do this properly. You can't jump on the fucking flying block? Oh. No, you're just being weird, game. It's personal now.
Did you say you're just a video game, it's personal now?
No, I said that the game is making it personal at this point.
Oh, okay, the game is making it personal. That's different, I guess.
Yeah, it's very different. It's not crazy talk at all.
No, definitely not.
And you come here, and you come here. Oh, come on. Why does that happen? Never know how to make this thing work. So you are here, then you are here, and you're here. Why don't you want to jump?
Who doesn't want to jump?
Yeah, it just wants to piss me off. As I said, it seems to be personal now. And I don't know why people call me crazy.
Exactly. Have to remember, just because people say you're crazy doesn't mean it's not true. I mean, the thing that you think that makes them think that you're crazy. Yeah, that didn't work out well. I'll work on it for next time.
It never works that well.
I think I tried to make the just because you're paranoid doesn't mean you're not right.
Yeah, I know it's exactly that, but every time you use that argument, you end up worse off than when you started, you know, like yeah, that's not how it works. I saw somebody said saying on Hacker News the other day, and I found it funny. It's like, if you ever start a phrase with the so, like, first two letters are so, three dots. Yeah, you probably take a deep breath before you continue that phrase. That's actually a good recommendation.
Yep. You have a bed?
I do. Let me...
Time to use it.
Fucking tool belt.
What?
Okay, bet. Let's leave right at the edge of this precipice.
So you feel that you're alive.
Oh, I actually got hit by waking up.
And you put your head in a block, or?
Yeah, the bed was too shallow, so when it... where it was too shallow, so when it woke up, it just hit me. Like, you're stuck. You shouldn't be here.
No redstone blocks. I'm out of redstone blocks. But it's a weird thing to run out of. Do I have any here? Some.
Well,
might be enough.
Let's be real. You are not the most, you know, conscious about resources.
Oh no, I don't care. Just throw everything away.
I've seen you use TNTs for
scaffolding. Yeah, well, it's a good scaffolding block. It's underappreciated as a scaffolding block, I think.
Yeah, I can see that. Not really, but yeah. Okay, cactus. There should be, like, yeah, if you ever get into modding and Tweakeroo, there should be a setting like hotkey to put cactus on, hotkey to remove cactus.
Yeah, exactly. Cactus on, cactus off.
That would be so good, man.
What?
I think I miscalculated something. I was going to remove the block, and I ended up removing the block I was on, and I fell. Because I think it was, you know, I accidentally clicked too long on a slime block.
Mm-hmm.
So the slime block just threw me off.
And also the all-important setting to be able to lock slots from the pick block function. So it doesn't constantly replace your pick.
Yeah, that is basically basic game functionality, though. I really don't like that. This has to be, you know, made by mods or whatever. But you know, it's what you expect when the game becomes a money machine, right? Kind of people just focus on new content forever.
Modders can sort it out. I'm actually surprised that that's not the feature already, because it's something that I feel most people would want, right? Like, you would want to protect the first 2-ish slots or 3 slots in your hotbar for weapons, tools, whatever you need to have on hand quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's such a useful thing. Like, I think I mentioned this before, but you know, on Factorio, it's like a hotkey, right? You don't actually have space there, which is a little bit different. But they changed that, right? Before it was actually extra space, just like it is on here. But they changed exactly because of that. It's like, crap, like now you don't know where you're grabbing this stuff, and then you need to figure out what do you put there. Instead, they changed, you know, they made the inventory a little bit bigger to account for that, and let you use the tool belt, as they call, as a hotkey thing, right? So whatever you put there, it's actually like a symbolic link to the item you're actually trying to use.
I
which
don't
also
understand how that works.
Huh?
I don't understand how that works. I've never played that game, so.
Yeah, well, it's just like a link, right? Like, so if I want the one hotkey,
okay, so it's not actually the item is still in your inventory.
Exactly. And this solves the problem that another mod here that we use does, right? Which is to the autofill problem, where you ran out of blocks and then you have to pick the blocks. Which we have a mod just to allow you to automatically pick up more blocks of that same type.
Yeah. And the game does that automatically instead, because it's like hot linked to an item type. So however many of that you have in your inventory, that's how many you can use.
Exactly. And yeah, it's just so much easier. So much easier, because then you really think of them as hotkeys, right? Like, not, oh yeah, I'm gonna use a lot of stone, so I'm gonna put stone on all of my slots. And then, you know, you could have the argument, oh, but you lose space. Well, they just fix it by adding more space, right? Like, you just add a new row on your inventory.
Yeah.
There you go. You have the same inventory space as before, and you have a vastly improved system to actually use that.
I have to go and take care of the dogs, exactly. But I should be able to get you the other drawing. I mean, you could come up here and continue if you want to, but I have a good flow anyway, so. So if you want to do something else, I will give you the drawing. All right, it's there, and then yeah, anyway, so I'll give you the chords and the drawing if I can find it. World Eater and that one.
Cool.
No, that's here, yes. World Eater and that one. So that's that, and then let me get the coordinates. There.
Okay, I think it's done.
I don't know if you if the dupers will be in the way at the top. I hope not. But I guess we'll notice.
Well, the good thing is I did not trigger anything.
Good work.
So
Anyway,
I'm happy.
I'll be back.
Go feed the dogs. They need you.
See you in a little bit. So I'm back. And I didn't die while I was away. Always a surprise. Did you start?
Yeah, you picked a good spot.
Yeah, I also towered up a couple of blocks in case something spawned up here.
Yeah, I saw that.
You know, I don't really trust Minecraft to keep me alive. It's something the game leaves up to you.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Like you're in survival mode.
I know. But I mean, I'm in survival mode in reality, and that doesn't try to kill me nearly as often.
I guess you have a point. How do I...
Did you go across? Yes, you did. I can see you building over there.
Yeah. This one is pretty... It's pretty weird. It's a bit of the different, right, than the other one.
Yeah, it's surprisingly different. You would think that the stations would be basically at least. Well, I guess the sweepers are also. So the reason that the ones on top aren't the same is because the TNT dupers aren't symmetrical, right? They look different depending on from which direction you're trying to catch them. I guess the same goes for the sweepers actually, so it's not that weird after all.
Yeah, it's just there are some places where there's no real connection, and I don't see a way of starting the next phase without resorting to like scaffolding.
Well, they should all be connected so that the signal can travel through them, right?
Oh yeah, they do, but it's like some blocks going downwards where I don't see an easy way to build the next block because of that bug on
yeah
placement thing. Because if you place the block, then it doesn't really place the block, and they're like,
I know.
then you jump on it and you fall on your face. It's like pretty fun.
Yay, made it! So do you think we'll have time to try this today? All right, we have to dig the trenches, so never mind. We won't have time to try it. That's good, because I can make sure there is a backup for next week before we actually run this. As to make sure we don't have to do all of this again to fix a silly mistake somewhere.
Mistakes? We don't make mistakes.
Mistakes were made, but not by me.
Never by me.
It's a book title. It's about corporate culture and why people never own up to mistakes.
Yeah. The other day, the director of engineering that has absolutely no idea what engineering is, was quoting Who Moved My Cheese? The most cliche administration book of all time.
He was doing what?
Quoting that who touched my cheese or who moved my cheese. It's a pseudo science administration book. I don't know. Maybe you.
No,
you
actually,
haven't
I
heard of
haven't.
it, which is a good thing. Like it's just so bad.
Have you read it, or how do you know it's bad?
I've read some of it, and my brother-in-law, that is a CEO and CFO and actually administers shit, says it's bad, so I trust his judgment.
Mm. Ugh. Yes, good. Out of slime blocks. I don't want to go get some more. Luckily, I had some in my redstone box. Gonna have to restock that after this, because I think I've looted like everything from it. Oh no, I just ran out of stupid pistons again. How can we have run out of pistons? I mean, we literally made more than we needed according to the schematic.
I think we miscalculated. I don't know.
Or there are some somewhere. Just forgot about where I put them.
Yeah. Or we broke them and they're just despawning there periodically.
A few, of course, but actually pistons not so much. A few other things I've done a lot of that with, but not pistons. And it's not because I love pistons especially, it's just that I haven't used that many in weird places where I've lost them. Okay, so it's like 4 more pistons or something, and then this should be done. Did I get my bed? I did not get my bed. My bed has despawned.
I have a bed.
You have a bod?
Yeah, apparently. Whatever that is. Wow, I just can't fly now. Just forgot how to do it, apparently. Let's see. Can you click the bed before you hit the wall?
Should be able to. I mean, Dream has done it in one of his. He like MLG'd into a bed.
So maybe I clicked it too late because it said you cannot sleep now. The bed is too far away. Like how? How is it far away if I'm clicking on it? It's a bit silly.
Actually, that's interesting that it's within reach from your clicking, but it still counts as too far away.
Yeah, developer had to deal with that someday, right? Because there is an actual message.
Exactly.
Oh, come on, Felipe. Fucking hell. 5 times the charm. 5th time, of course. Pardon my blab English.
What am I missing? I have that. I have that. Ah, right. Those. It's interesting. You take like 9 stacks of stuff, many of which are stacks of things that are 1 cubic meter each. And you make pistons and you end up with 1 stack of cubic meter sized objects. One wonders where all of the extra material went.
Yeah. It's always a mystery. A Minecraft mystery.
Yeah. I won my first Civ 6 deity game the other day, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I think by, 1 or 2 turns, maybe. Was a scientific victory, and the one that was leading the space race. So, like, the end of the scientific victory is that you build a series of extra planetary missions. Like the first is Earth Satellite, which is just launching a satellite into orbit, and then you have launch Moon mission, I think, and then Mars, and then Exoplanet. And the last one, the Exoplanet mission, it takes like 33 turns to arrive, but you can build support stuff that gives you, and it moves by like it's literally 33 light years, and it moves 1 light year per turn by default. And you can build stuff that boosts the speed by 1 light year extra per turn when it's completed. Like you build ground-based laser stations that shoot lasers to boost the speed.
Really?
Yeah, it's a reasonable approach. So I did that a lot. Like when there is like, it looks like a mini slider with like, the slider handle around bloop for the slider handle. And when I launched mine, his mission was already so full that I couldn't see the bar underneath the blip in the end. So it was, I don't know, like a couple of turns from finishing. And then I spent 3 or 4 turns just building a massive amount of those ground-based laser stations. And you can't start building them until you have the actual mission away. But so you can build that mission in one city, But then you can build the support things in a lot of cities. So I spent like 6 of my cities, I think, did nothing but build those. So at the end, I think it was moving like 20 light years per turn, which means that it would have gotten there in 2 turns. But then it had already traveled for a while. So yeah, anyway, I got there, but it must have been by very, very slim margins. Config menu, render layers, all. And let's go through this.
I did purchase actually Civ 6 yesterday.
Oh, you did? Cool.
It's the summer sale, right?
Oh, is it on now?
Yeah. I didn't know, and then a friend of mine gifted me Tabletop Simulator, I think it's the name.
Uh-huh.
He said he bought like a pack of 4, so he gave me one of those.
Yep.
And so I was, I became aware of the summer sale and just basically picked up a few games that I already wanted. I have way too many games, so I don't know why I do that, but
Okay, I'm missing a couple of blocks. It's not that many actually. Then we need to remove that. Should be more or less good to go. Yeah, I was because I have there are 3 expansions to Civ 6, and I have 2 of them, and the third one is basically just a repackaging of a lot of DLC that they released. But it's like 6 or 7 DLC packs in one, and I don't have that one. But I did add it to my wish list the other day. Just so that when the summer sale came around, I should be able to pick it up. Or next sale when it was on sale, I should say, because I don't know if that is on sale. But I'm gonna check it. It's like $30, which is, I mean, it's not prohibitively expensive, but I paid 10, I think, for all like the standard game plus 2 expansions. So paying 3 times that for what is essentially just a few extra civs and a few extra game modes that I will probably not use. So the only thing I really want are the civs and wonders and stuff that are in the civilization packs that come with it. I don't really want to spend that kind of money on that.
Yeah, sounds reasonable.
So I was hoping they would come up for sale. And it's a really old game, man. Like Civ 6, it's 7 years old, I think.
Doesn't look like it, right? Like I remember when it came out, but it doesn't seem like it was too long ago.
No, I know,
but apparently it is.
That's because we're getting old.
I'm not getting old. What are you talking about?
It's funny when you watch people in town and you go like, hey, why is she getting into a car? She's like 15. There's no way she can drive. And then it's someone who's actually, 25 or something. Yeah, just you stay a certain age mentally, so therefore everyone else's age gets adjusted to fit.
Yeah.
Good thing I had my head there. Oh no, you're gonna start doing stupid things if I do this, aren't you?
You're not trying to destroy my build, are you?
Yeah, of course. Can't let you get all the glory, you know? I think this is actually the last block. So the only thing that's missing now should be all of the TNT dupers, and that's fine, because we don't want to build them again. I don't think. Would be good if we didn't have to. Anyway, I mean, it's by no means easy to win at deity yet, at least. I'm watching a YouTuber from Ireland, and his name is Potato McWhiskey, because of course it is.
Very nice.
And he does, like, he is one of the best Civ players in the world, and he's played Civ since well before Civ 6. And he like does extra challenges, so he's like, yeah, I'm gonna play this, but I'm only allowed to place districts that give me 3+ or better, or I'm gonna play this civilization, but I'm only allowed to use cavalry units.
Yeah, I know these sorts of people. They're so good that they need to create their own shit.
Yep.
It's like, what? Fuck you. I know you're better than me. Don't need to rub it in. I play a game. I played a game. I haven't played in a while. Called Escape from Tarkov. I don't know if you ever heard of it.
Nope.
But it's pretty freaking hard. It's a shooter, but you know, it's an FPS. But it's a different kind of FPS, you could say, because it tries to be a lot more realistic. So, you know, you don't have a crosshair, for example, right? To shoot people.
Mm-hmm.
You literally have to kind of aim in the middle of the weapon, or use the actual weapon scope, right? Or use the weapon little thingy, and no assists. You don't have a HUD, you know. You don't know how many bullets you have in the chamber. You actually have to check it, you know. So it's pretty realistic, basically, right? They try to emulate how...
Did I blow up something for you now?
Not that I know of.
Check the start. Had you built stuff in the start?
Oh shit, you did.
Because I need to get these back. I just realized I can't build the stations yet, because then we won't get these out. And when I move them, they start dropping TNT, weirdly. So I just moved one now because I wanted to make sure it works and doesn't break anything, which I don't think it should. Well, I mean, except for the fact, of course, that I nuked your sweepers, which was unintentional. So the question is, how do we deal with that? Do we just put like a layer of obsidian above? So we can...
So every time we turn them on, it's gonna freaking destroy it again. That's a problem.
I'm not following. No, it's just now when because they're too far back. If you load the entire schematic and look up, you'll see that the TNT dupers are like too far back. So right now they will dupe onto the sweepers, which normally they wouldn't. Okay, well, at least it worked well on this side. So I think I'll get some obsidian to build a screen. Sorry, I didn't think.
No worries.
No, I mean, it's fun to build the same thing twice.
Yeah, I've been doing it all day.
Well, at least that was twice as in the same thing in a different place. Now it's the same thing in the same place. Can I?
But yeah, so that game, it's basically more of an RPG style game, even though it's an FPS. Like you basically start with some equipment, but Tarkov is this fictional city where it's basically abandoned. So you have a bunch of people going in and scavenging because there's military and basically everybody left. So the game is super hard, right? Like it's literally like about sound and where you move. And when you get into a raid, normally your objective is to literally escape, right? You go in, you scavenge something, you go out. You normally even try to avoid fights, right? Because it's super realistic. So one bullet to the head, you're dead, right? And depending on equipment and things like that, it's not like games where you just buy a body armor or whatever, and then you suddenly can take 50 bullets. It's realistic. It depends on bullet types. So depending on the weapon that somebody else is using, who cares if you're wearing a vest? It just goes through it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or even if it does, it's realistic on the hit model too. So if you hit on your arm doesn't have body armor. And then if your arm is off, then you can't aim because you don't really have a working arm. So you basically screwed. Or legs, right? Like if somebody shoots you on the legs, you basically can't move, and you can't really protect that with a fucking body armor. So it's pretty realistic in that sense. So it's very dangerous, right? Like anything you do wrong, somebody can be camping somewhere and just one shot you in the head, and there you go. All the equipment, everything you got in the game, you lose. It's like it's not hardcore where you lose the entire character, but everything you've brought into a raid, if you die, it's gone. So it's a very different vibe to the game, right? Like you don't want to just go like a Chad in the middle of everybody just shooting. It's literally the opposite. You want to, be silent or quick, or try to game the map to actually just pick up what you want, just accomplish the tasks you want to do, etc. So it's super hard. So to give you an idea, like normally they say a survival rate of 20 to 30% of the raids is good. So if you're the game now, you will probably survive around a third of the raids you play. And then there are the streamers, right? And the insane people that play these sorts of games. And then they invent something like hard mode, where you can't buy stuff from the market. You have to, the entire game is like you have a real players market, so the players can sell stuff with their own, whatever price they want to put and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And you do have some NPC traders, but they're pretty much garbage. And they have a lot of quests and trades where it's bartering, right? Like where you actually trade some item to another item, right? It's not money.
Yeah.
Because in the game, once you start using money, then it's you can actually buy a lot of stuff. So they made hardcore mode. They invented their own hardcore mode where you can't use money. So basically, everything you need to get, you need to do a barter trade. You can, they maybe want some chocolate and then they give you a gun. I don't know.
Is it like specific things they want, or is it random things they want?
No, it's always specific. And the game is very random in that sense, right? Like it has random spawns for pretty much everywhere you go. So every time you go into a raid, you basically have to do your best to check as many places as you want to actually get whatever you want. But it's not going to guarantee you that if you go here, you're gonna pick this up, right? Like
hey,
every raid.
Don't keep building, man.
What?
Don't keep building. Everything you build now, I will have to cover with obsidian to get the stupid dupers out. And, well, I mean, building the obsidian screen isn't really the problem, right? The problem is that we then have to remove the obsidian screen, and that, like, really sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think about this before, but I didn't see it until...
I mean, we are doing a lot of on-the-fly things, right?
Yeah, it's true. Someone should really do some more planning.
Oh, let me leave. But yeah, like all that, just to mention, I know how crazy these experts are, right? Like they just play things at another level. Like they make things harder for fun. Because just playing the normal game is not fun enough.
Yeah, I mean, if you regularly beat Civ 6 on deity, I guess, like, at some point you do want more challenge.
Maybe humans, but I don't know, human play games probably are so hard. My experience, at least, is that human games are just so slow.
Human games?
Yeah, like human versus human on Civ.
Oh, I mean multiplayer games.
Yeah.
You can have turn timers, You can say that a turn cannot take longer than like 90 seconds. And then when 90 seconds is out, it's out. And if you're not done, your turn will end anyway, so... Which favors people who know the game well, because if you have to read what different policies and cards and things do, you're basically lost already.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest difference between, or like the biggest thing that would change my game is having a deeper knowledge of the game. A bit like with Minecraft, right? I've spent an inordinate amount of time learning all of the quirky details of Minecraft. So I can play Minecraft semi-effortlessly because I know how it works. But with Civ, it's still, which is this policy better than this? Which should I do now? Blah, blah, blah. Like, all of those decisions are manual still. You make sure it survives. Oh yeah, water. Water is good. Maybe get some stacks of sand.
Oh, you wanted me to make sure it survived, but it's already coming. All of them.
Oh no, I mean I wanted to make sure that the thing underneath the obsidian survived.
Oh, okay.
The other end is fine, I've already checked. Unless something is really wrong somewhere, but I don't think so. I mean, I have been wrong before, so...
For the stuff below, I think it's pretty much...
There's some holes in the sand wall that made water come down, I think, but other than that, it looks like it's okay.
No, it looks like I lost everything.
What? No.
Yeah, pretty much all of the...
But I can see stuff from here.
Gone.
Oh no, I couldn't. It disappeared when I was looking at it. Well, then I could have saved myself the trouble of building this stupid obsidian screen.
Yeah, I think
I went up like 7 blocks. Sorry.
I don't know. Probably they blow themselves outside of it. I don't know.
I mean, I guess I should have checked the blast radius, but I think it was pretty high up.
It's just a guess too. I don't know.
I'll help you.
The problem is that slimes are super sensitive.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, obviously I didn't go up far enough. Looks like everything is there from here though, but I guess that's just client-side rendering. Well, on a happier note, they all made it back. I'm assuming that... Yeah, okay. It's... I mean, it's not all of it, but it's a lot of it. Ugh. Sorry. Oh, especially... Why is it such a difference between the beginning and later?
Maybe... You know what could have happened? No. I thought maybe the first one, and then they blew it to the other side, and then maybe triggered an observer. And then the observer did stuff. I don't know.
Trying to find traces down here, but there isn't much. I found one terracotta block. Oh, here are some pistons, some slime. So it definitely blew up. What can I say?
Shit happens.
Yeah, it still sucks. I mean, I didn't think of it the first time, which was bad enough. But when you then try to make sure you won't destroy the rest of it, you manage to destroy it anyway.
Let's see, you come here. Do I not have some terracotta? Yeah, I don't have a lot of glazed terracotta. Do we have more?
Yeah, I have. If you come up to the obsidian stuff, or if I can drop it down to you, maybe. Because I'm gonna have lots of fun removing. Oh, I love the obsidian.
I can help you.
No, it's okay. You have other things that you need to do, right? Due to this, so I can have this as my punishment for now.
Dude, this is not about punishing people.
Well, I feel like punishing myself.
Yeah, that doesn't sound very good.
Did we drop? No. So I have a timing app that I use for work, like keeping track of which programs and files were open when, and then I can categorize the open files into projects, so it can like detect which project you're working on semi-automatically. And it has some kind of limit on calls, because it automatically detects if you're in a like a Skype or Google call or something, and then when the call ends, it will ask you like, oh, what was this call about? You want to log time for this? And I've noticed when I've had long calls with Hannes, because usually when we're pair programming, we can like sit for a few hours. And then after, I think it's 2 hours or something. Well, I guess it can't be 2 hours. We've been on for 3 hours. So 3 hours then probably. So after 3 hours, it will like close the call, and it pops up and says, yeah, hey, what was this call about? And it's like, well, I'm still in the call, you know. It's maybe wait until it's actually over.
Yeah. Be too eager to. Okay, so you here, and that's it. So you would have triggered something. No, you wouldn't. Thank you. Thankfully.
Is the stream still smooth? Or maybe you don't have it up.
Let's see.
You should have it up all the time. Then at least I have one viewer each stream.
Yeah, no, I had it, but it was not on the second monitor.
But yes, I had it, but it was so boring that I turned it off.
Okay, so oh my god. Fuck you, creeper. I look down and there's a creeper trying to kill himself. Like all creepers do, I suppose.
You can go sleep.
Oh, crap. What? Something hit me. I hope you die.
Did you trigger a piston?
No, I triggered a piston, but something hit me, and then
Maybe it pushed the block into you or pushed the piston head into you. That will cause you damage. You don't have any mobs around you right now, right?
I don't think so.
I'm gonna try something. Oh. Never mind. I was thinking if you tick warp, maybe you will
break it
mine faster, because the world is going faster. But for some reason, the braking seems to be client side, which on the other hand means you should be able to cheat it then, I guess.
Cheat. Yeah. Why did I think about the same thing?
Like I have the tree farm. I just have to. This is bugging me. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 6 blocks above. Where's the tree farm? Because I have a similar problem there. And it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5. Yeah, so it's more than in the tree farms, because the tree farm, I don't know if you've seen that, but the tree farm has a shard wall next to it. And the reason it has a shard wall next to it is that the TNT used to blow stuff up. Like the terracotta blocks are also very low blast resistance. So I had to build the wall or change some pieces of the wall into obsidian because they would blow up otherwise. And that made them black, right? So I figured, yeah, well, it's next to TNT. Maybe the TNT just sharded the wall of all of the explosions and then I made it into a thing. But that wall is 5 blocks away. Or on the 6th block. And our slime were on the 7th block down. So I still don't understand why it blew up.
Yeah, like if you had asked me, I would have never said like, oh yeah, this is probably not safe or whatever. I don't think it was, you know, an expected situation.
Oh, and I also thought that like blast resistant materials actually protected whatever was underneath them. Oh, do you know what it might have been? I know what it was.
What?
Yeah, it didn't stick out far enough. It only shielded 3 blocks in front, which means that on the 4th block in front, it would drop TNT that exploded basically exactly at the height that the sweepers are on. So that's my mistake. I didn't build it far enough out. It's far enough up, it's just not far enough out. Stupid. Didn't think about that part.
Woo! Thankfully, the creeper was stuck.
Do they not spawn on obsidian, or? Because I don't have any mobs up here.
I think it's a cave nearby. Not exactly like everywhere, you know, just...
You can sleep through the thunderstorm if you want. Have you seen that your stair to the mine layer is here? It's exposed.
Really?
Yep. It's just next to us.
Oh, it's this one. No. Just too shallow. Oh, I see it now. Aha! It's the entrance here. Oh, there's still like a waystone here. It's probably going to get destroyed.
Oh yeah.
I mean, not destroyed. It's gonna stay around, actually.
Yeah, it's gonna block the sweepers when we get there. Do you know what 2B2T is? I think I mentioned it before.
2B2T?
Yeah, 2B2T. No. It's a Minecraft anarchy server, so it's a no rules server.
It's the one that people that just die all the time.
Yeah,
and you spawn in hell. Basically.
Well, you spawn in the spawn chunks, but those are basically hell by now. Like all of the geared up players are waiting at spawn to kill noobs. So
very friendly stuff.
Yeah. Anyway, there are some people there that have had map art contests. And you know you can make maps in Minecraft.
I think you mentioned that.
Oh, I can show you. I'll sleep the thunderstorm away. You can just look at the stream and I'll show you. Because I've made maps of most of our stuff.
What happened? Oh.
If you look at the stream, you'll see the map in the map room. Though it's not nice. Updated since we started the big dig, so but as you can see there are like lots of different colors and stuff. And all the different blocks have different colors, so you can if you make an area, one of these maps are 128 by 128 blocks. So if you make an area that's aligned with how the map would, like basically you just put a square somewhere and then you make a map and see where that square is on the map, and then you can build the square until you fill the entire map. So usually you would start with a base layer of something like stone, for example, and then you would paint in quotes on top of it, like basically make a huge pixel art picture using different colored blocks in the game, and then you update the map and you get like that picture in game, which is kind of cool. In 2B2T, they have had map art contests where they build enormous map art things in the sky out of obsidian. And like the biggest ones are several million blocks of obsidian. And the reason they use obsidian, of course, is so that no one else can grief it, because if you build it out of anything else, they can just TNT it, right? But if you build it out of obsidian, you would actually have to manually mine it to get rid of it. And if it's 3 million blocks, you're not gonna do that.
Yeah. Makes sense. I mean, I bet you some YouTuber would if you...
But it's like placing that many blocks took them months, and you can place a hell of a lot more obsidian per hour than you can break.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm just...
Yeah, I mean, yes, it is possible. It's just very, very difficult. But what you can do is you can grief the people trying to build it, right? Like if you find out where they are trying to build it, you can just go there and kill them constantly. You can just camp the build and kill them as soon as they're there, because like you can't fight and build map art at the same time.
Is that a challenge?
Yes. You build map art and I'll kill you. And let's see who is more successful. My god, if I knew this wouldn't work, I would just have bombed everything. And actually, you know what? it would probably have been quicker just to nuke everything and then rebuild it together than it is to remove this stupid obsidian.
Yeah, not gonna lie, that was going to be bad in like either way, right? Like no matter what.
Yeah.
It's not gonna.
I mean, I did consider breaking the TNT, but that would have caused other issues. Like, if we had figured out where the TNT had to go on the other side and placed all of the TNT there and then broken the TNT here and then moved them over, that would probably have worked. I didn't think that far ahead when I did it, so... But now in retrospect, that would probably have been the easiest by far. You know what scaffolding needs? The ability to build downwards.
Yes, then it's the best block in the game.
Yeah, like hanging scaffolding. It's so nice to have a portable AC in my office, which keeps things livable here. I know, like, for you, I guess it wouldn't be very hot. I think we've had... let me check. Why guess when I can just find out? That one. Yeah, it's been almost 30 degrees today. Celsius, of course. Real degrees, not fake degrees.
Yeah. That's pretty hot.
Even for where you are?
I mean, I am in a cold region of Brazil, so I can say yes.
Anyway, I mean, the problem here is that the houses here are generally built to keep heat in, not to keep heat out.
Yeah.
So they're well... What?
Please didn't destroy anything, please.
Oh, you triggered
I don't
something?
know, I put something and it triggered something. I think we are fine. Whew. Okay, yeah. That was a scare.
Yeah, so houses are well insulated because of the cold winters. And then in the summer, when it's actually hot, like, they become unlivably hot in my book. So I have a portable AC in the office. I bought it like 2 years ago because it's one of those things I said I would do for years. But when it's this hot, I can't work. Like, it's not that it's uncomfortable, it's just my brain stops working when it's too warm. When it's above like 25, I can't really think anymore. Not anything useful when you're programming. So I bought it a couple of years ago, and then you sit in here and it's like, yeah, I mean, now it's cool in here, it's nice. And you look outside and the sun's going down, and like, your mental image is that it's cooling down, and then you leave the room, and in the house it's like 30 degrees still indoors. I like, yeah, so I'm going to bed when it's 30 degrees, and you're like, I could have the window open, but then I will be eaten by mosquitoes instead. So it's like, do I want to sweat or get eaten by mosquitoes?
Not great options, I'm not gonna lie.
No, I think it's one of the pros of moving to a warmer country would be that the houses there will be adapted to a warmer climate. It's usually there is AC built in to begin with.
You would be surprised.
Why? You don't have any?
I mean, this is the first house that I've ever had with AC.
Wow. That feels odd to me, actually.
I mean, we are a poor country, you know, so...
Yeah, fair enough.
My region is skewed towards that. Like, growing up, I wasn't super rich either. So, if you are probably like high middle class, you know?
Yeah.
Probably going to be more common. And depends also on where you live. I guess this needs to be said because I know, like, my wife has some friends that live on the northeast part of Brazil, which is just literally on the equator, right? Like, it's almost there. It's so hot. They basically live with air conditioning on.
Yeah.
But again, the person that she knows is kind of rich, you know, so might be something that rich people enjoy only.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's pretty
I mean,
expensive
it's
here.
not free to run either, right? So
Yeah, like here it's very expensive. So for a normal family to have it, it's gonna be very difficult.
yeah, I want to have whole house AC next time we buy a house, regardless of if it's here or somewhere else. It's just the quality of life thing, like the quality of life improvement.
Yeah, I agree. Now that we have it, like, we just don't want to not have it ever again.
Yeah.
Wonder why. It's like when you wake up. Oh, there's a zombie here. What am I going to do about you, zombie?
Is it on the machine?
Yeah, just chilling. Bye.
Oh my god, I'm dying of boredom.
What? You didn't wake up today thinking, I would love to...
Would love to break a couple of 100 blocks of obsidian. No, weirdly I didn't actually.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't even have a haste beacon. It's probably worth getting a haste beacon, isn't it? Is it worth getting a haste beacon? While I think about it, I'll get a haste beacon.
Yeah, I think it's probably worth it. Not a beacon, maybe even a potion, you know? I don't know if you have that.
Speed
Imagine
potions?
aren't there haste potions?
Yeah, I think they're called speed, but yes.
Ah, you idiot. You will not trick me.
So this is 96. We want to go 50, that's 46, 20, 46. And then 90. So around here somewhere.
I am grabbing a lot of obsidian here at least, so. Why are there 2 slime blocks just floating? I'm guessing that's somewhere I triggered something because it makes little sense. Okay, I think we are back to where I was.
Which kind of shows, right? If we had just nuked it and then I had helped you rebuild, like you're back where you were, and I'm not even done cleaning up the stupid obsidian.
Let's see if I can this creeper. I don't like this creeper around here. Then I almost died, so maybe not a good option.
You almost
Why am
died.
I bothered with this?
Sorry?
No, I almost I hit the wall and then I was very low and very close to the creeper. So if he actually blew up, I would probably have died. So looking back at it, it's probably not a good idea. Let the creeper live. So you have haste now, and you will probably...
It was definitely worth getting a haste beacon, let's put it that way. I mean, it's still painfully slow, but... And no haste doesn't stack, so it's the same effect if you use a potion or if you get it from a beacon.
I almost suggested that, but I thought if he didn't do it, he probably knows it. He knows best.
Yeah, there has been a suggestion from the community that potions would last longer, that you could get like a haste 2 potion that actually lasted longer, and that they would stack. In that case, you could use a haste 2 beacon plus a haste 2 potion to clear deep slate with Instamine, for example, just to make that feasible again. Because right now, if you are not prepared to build a World Eater, you are not clearing any larger amounts of deep slate because it takes too long. You could use the moss method, but that's also semi-slow. Basically, if you bone meal moss, it spreads to deep slate as well. So you can bone meal moss to get rid of a layer of deep slate and then use a hoe to instamine all the moss. And if you're 2, or if you run like a hoe in one hand and bone meal in the other, for example, it can go relatively quickly. A lot quicker than mining it manually anyway.
Yeah. Makes sense. Okay, so now I can get back to my groove. I mean, I don't. I think I really understand now, like that. Factorio is like a game for engineers and developers, man. It's crazy. I've tried with anybody that's not an engineer and they just hate the game. And you put it in the face of an engineer and it eats time, you know?
Yeah.
We started yesterday.
Automate.
Yeah, it's refactor or automate. Literally, like load balancing shit and throughput and constraints and all that shit. So we started at like 7:30 p.m. We didn't even realize, and it was 1 a.m. already. It's just it eats time, like you really don't even think about it, and then it's like, oh, really? It's already 1 a.m. I hadn't gone to sleep after, I don't know, 11 in ages.
Oh, civilization is like that too. It's dangerous. It's like the one more turn syndrome. It's like, yes, just one more turn. Just one more turn. Because there's always something new that happens each turn. So it's difficult to get yourself off.
Yeah, that mentality. And in the case of Factorio is more like, oh shit, where am I? It's basically, you know, you figure out how to yeah, I realized just because it like YouTube started showing me suggestions on the other screen, you know. What? Why are you suggesting me things?
Yeah, should be back now though. At least it is for me.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've dropped twice in one stream.
Come on. Are you joking with me? Ugh. I hate you. So you go here, you go here. You go here. You know what?
I heard it.
Dumb idiot. I think we're fine. I just clicked twice. I don't know, a brain fart or something. You know, I put an observer and then another observer on top of the observer, and he just blinked at me. I'm here. I can see you.
Have a bed handy?
I don't.
Okay. I'll go sleep then. Actually, I'd bring a bed. I don't know why I never have a bed on me. I keep telling the kids all
There
the
is a
time.
bed at the end there.
Yeah,
Like at the start. I think my bed is still there.
Yeah.
It didn't get blown up.
Well, you know. Already here now, so might as well get my own.
No. Last slime.
How can this be a chest that hasn't been looted? Actually has a decent book in it. I can hear slime squishing around up there, but I can't see
it. Yeah, surprisingly large amount of slimes here, right?
Yeah.
Ever since we opened this hole.
Yeah, it's because in slime chunks they only spawn up to a certain Y level. I think it's like 40. So normally, since surface level is 60, they don't spawn at surface level. But now, since we've lowered it, they can. So that's why we have slime spawns. Where normally we wouldn't. Squish, 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 squish. Ah. It found me. Now it found peace instead.
His choice. Could have just kept wandering, right? Oh. My fingers are hurting.
From all the pressing of different buttons?
Shift, you know, you keep pressing shift all the time. And my pinky.
Didn't you have shift toggle on before?
Oh, I do that when you know, you're never going to have to stop doing that. Depending on the build, like this one, it's a lot of like sometimes you don't want to, sometimes you want to use shift. So I think it's different. So I don't like to have to toggle. I basically use them selectively. I mean, if I didn't have to, I mean, I guess it's not too bad. The biggest thing is changing cactus, no cactus here, honestly. If you didn't have to do that, it would be a lot faster.
Over there. Need to get another beacon. Ouch. I used up 9 stacks of obsidian.
Wow. Yeah, I can see why it's taking so long. But on the bright side, I am on the last. Sweeper, right? That's the name.
Sweeper is the name. Did I have... Renderers, bacon, overlay
Wow, I'm really
beacon.
playing with fire here.
Sorry.
No, I accidentally triggered another one. I'm really playing with fire here. The dream car is here again.
The dream car. Will your dreams come true?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You're not sure. See what I did there? Because it's like sure's.
Oh. I hadn't seen it. It's actually a good one.
That's kind of you to say. Not sure I agree, but you know. 6.
Oh, damn it.
7.
Do you have more? Do we have more terracotta?
Probably. I don't have any on me.
So that's what's missing now. Let's see on main storage. Terracotta. Well, we don't have it made. How do I make that?
You just
Weird.
put ordinary terracotta in an oven and bake it.
Oh, really?
Yep.
That simple?
Yeah. Glazed terracotta. It's just baked normal terracotta.
Really? There's no. Is there an oven here? In main
Yes,
storage?
in the cellar in the broken tower. Like where my bed is and the brewing stand is.
Yep.
There are a couple.
Oh, perfect. This is exactly what I want.
Yep. Oh, you're not serious. Jesus.
Well, I just put it on the furnace and it doesn't even start burning it.
Well, it needs to be an ordinary furnace, not a super smelter furnace.
It is a furnace.
Let me see. What are you trying to put where?
Terracotta in the furnace.
I don't see any terracotta in any of the furnaces.
Yeah, I put it, but it doesn't start the fire.
What? Why? Yes, well, I'll Google it, but
It needs white terracotta. That's why.
what? Oh, it needs to be a colored one. You can't just put terracotta. It has to be a color of terracotta. Okay. Well, to color it, you just combine it with any pigment. So.
Yeah. That I learned.
Well, at least that made some kind of sense, I guess. I was like, I have done this before. nothing strange.
White dye, where are you? Here.
Mobs, mob drops. No, color chest, of course, by the way.
Oh no, I know where it is. I was just, yelling at the thing. Give me
Liberty or give me death. No, not that one.
I'm not sure.
While you're there next to a bed, can you sleep?
I'll consider it. Can you tick warp by any chance?
Yes. More? You need me to warp more? Okay.
Is it tick warping already?
It was, but it stopped, so...
No, that's fine.
Now it is
It's
again.
almost finished. There you go. You can stop it. Thank you. Yeah, of course I have white dye on me. Hello, doggy. There you go. White glazed terracotta. You are the last piece of my puzzle. Okay, so let me check it all. See if it is. I mean, looks okay. Besides the beginning there, the beginning is just so...
Yes, weird things happened.
I'm just gonna take off these. Scaffoldings.
I think I'll dig by hand down to deep slate and then build a couple of trenchers to do the deep slate bit, because it's no fun not being able to insta-mine this stuff.
Or call Paula, right?
Sorry?
Or call Paula here.
Yeah, sure. I thought she didn't like the boring stuff. She wanted some kind of reward in the end.
I think she's fine, you know, like she likes helping out basically, right? So if this helps us out, which I would argue it does.
Hey, if she wants to dig a lot, then fine by me.
No. She doesn't play in anymore. I don't know why.
What?
Yeah, I don't know why she says it's because we destroyed everything. She can't play anymore.
We destroyed everything. Okay.
Yeah.
Because we're making a bigger hole than she did.
Yeah, she's envious, you know.
But it's the hole that's the destroying everything part, I'm assuming.
Yeah, basically, she says she doesn't have any other place to go now. I mean,
Maybe I should start a new server. She can dig for diamonds that she never uses, and then the kids can use the diamonds because they never want to dig for it themselves anyway. And they don't like me making a big hole either, so they can have their anti-big hole club on another server.
Yeah. I don't know.
Just wait. She's gonna sing a different tune when this is done.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It's not just gonna be a big ugly hole. It's just step one.
Yeah. I think she will appreciate it after a while.
Why can you not insta-break cobblestone? It's literally made up of smaller stones, but you can insta-mine the whole stone that you made the smaller stones from. Makes no sense, Minecraft.
Fucking hell. That gave me a little heart attack.
Which did?
I put the piston in and it was right next to a redstone block.
Yeah.
And then it just opened and I got a jump scare.
Sleeping on the job again.
That's basically my job.
Actually, I watch Hermitcraft, as I might have mentioned. She's like a big SMP server. And one of the guys that play there, he sees it as his job to sleep. BOO. He's the official sleeper.
I mean, everybody has a place, right? So.
Well, he's also a very good builder. Hitting something on my desk with the mouse, so it keeps stopping.
Tricky as hell.
Which?
Like how to build this thing. I'm just trying to figure out a way to build it without triggering anything, you know?
Yeah.
Because there is an observer here. Are you kidding me? I ran out of observers.
There's lots in main storage. Because I put all of mine there. I had a couple of stacks on me before.
just wanted to finish that start before I give a break for my hands.
Yeah, it's almost time to call it anyway, so.
Almost there. Okay, so you are fine to put it here because your face is not looking at it, right? So you, now I can put you here. Oh my god. The lag is real.
Again.
Like I put it there and then it did, like it kept showing as a translucent thing.
Yeah.
Then it wasn't translucent. It's like, oh crap.
All of a sudden it realized it was actually there.
And then I put 2 there, so I was like, oh no, please don't trigger anything.
Yeah, double placement.
It's funny because it looks like a deja vu right now.
Which
I
does.
literally put it. So it's like, how do I do this one? Maybe I do this.
Wearing out my pick. I did repair it in the beginning of this episode.
Oh. Wrong scaffolding to break. Oh, okay, so you are fine. I keep using scaffolding with the cactus, and then where is this going?
That doesn't work.
I wonder why.
Yeah, my other pick here, I do.
So do you happen to have an iron gate?
No, but I can probably make one because I have a couple of iron ingots on me, and I think it only takes like 4. Do you have a crafting table?
I don't know.
Maybe we can combine. I have 7 iron ingots, so, and I mean, if we have an ender chest, it's probably a crafting table in that. Where are you at?
I'm at the start, at the right. Yes, I have a crafting table here.
I think
where
I'm...
are you?
Yeah, I'm right beneath you. I'm beneath you.
I don't see you.
I'm in the trench I'm digging. Just look down.
Oh.
Hello. One of these. It's on the other side of the crafting table. Ah, come on.
Thank you.
No worries. Just remember not to place it in front of the eyes of the observer.
That's why I wanted it, so I can place it before the observer.
Yep. Good call.
I don't know if it needs to be... Does it matter which side you're looking at?
No, it doesn't. I mean, it will complain, but I mean, it's just the fact that one observer is triggering the trapdoor and the other observer is watching the trapdoor getting triggered. So it doesn't matter in which order, like, or in which direction. Helpful, someone's already dug a passage here. Fortunately, they also used a lot of cobblestone, so maybe it's evening out.
Good. There you go, Felipe. I think it's done though.
Oh, the cobblestone is killing me. Why does it matter to her? I mean, everyone's entitled to their emotions, but I mean, she's underground all the time anyway, and she's already dug this place out, so she wouldn't have been underground here anyway.
Okay. There's a weird contraption here that I don't understand.
Is it a free-flowing little thingy?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's used. It's kind of a time delay, if I understand it correctly. Basically, it gets triggered and then flies up and then flies back down again, and then it triggers something else. So that's the one I saw on the other side that I said this like can't be useful for anything. And then I looked at the actual schematic or the actual world download and ran it just to see what it did, and it was actually used. So I had the same instinct as you. It's getting dark again.
Yeah.
Did you have a bed over there, or should I pull mine out?
Oh, I have one. I was just in the zone. I guess you can say that.
Yep, that's good. Thanks.
Okay.
It's a bit confusing to me that they added Deep Slate into the game, which is a lot slower to mine than like what everything was before. And they did not add anything into the game to deal with it. It's like they only added the problem, they did not add a solution.
I think that was intentional, right?
But why?
They want quote-unquote end-game content, right?
Yeah, but end-game content would mean not that you just make the game more boring, you would then add something in the deep dark that gives you what you need to get around the new difficulty, right? So you not just make mining the stuff slow.
Yeah, maybe I'm pessimistic here, but I don't think they think things through too much.
Yes, you are being pessimistic, which is a huge surprise actually, because usually you're so optimistic in these in these circumstances.
Yeah. I have a reputation already.
You've gotten the official Mr. Positive t-shirt already.
Yeah, I don't think I have, but I'm not too positive about it, honestly. I don't know if it's gonna happen.
Good point. Just want to get far enough down so the new trencher does not blow up your stuff. I think we should be far enough down now. I was just thinking, is it the Mormons that always say, "Have you heard the good news?" when they try to start to convert you? It's one of those. One of them have this, "Have you heard the good news?" and then people are supposed to ask like, "What good news?" and then they can start talking about Jesus Christ saving us all, blah blah blah. But I'm thinking, I'm just thinking, when they say, "Have you heard the news?" they are aware that even according to them, this happened like 2,000 years ago. It's hardly news.
I have to agree with you, man.
Whoops.
You are asking for awareness. I don't know. I feel like awareness is not on the top 5 list of things that you think about when you hear about Jesus Christ and religion and things like that. So.
There's lots of lava here all of a sudden. You still have scaffolding on you?
I have. Do you need some?
Yeah, well, I mean, I found a lot of lava.
Here, you can probably pick it up if I throw it from here. Let's see if I'm good.
Oh, you're there.
Oh, I think it fell down in the hole.
Is that a no on you being good then?
No, yeah, definitely. So it's probably there, but down there. Yeah.
is indeed somewhere here, maybe. Oh, there it is. I see you. New favorite way to clear lava. Oh, cactus! Stop being such an irritating vegetable. What? Oh, it's flowing over the top. I see. Jesus, how far are you gonna burn me to death or like?
I think that's the idea there.
It's not nice.
Yeah, that I can agree. Oh. No. We have haste, and then because of that.
Oops. Eat, faster, faster, faster. Eat. Ooh, that was like 1.5 heart. I was already pretty damaged, and then I broke a piece of scaffolding that I shouldn't have broken.
It happens. Okay, so you are an observer. So I don't like you by definition.
Exactly. I don't like the way you're looking at me.
Okay, this is the cube. Yeah, no, I ran out of stuff. So I am gonna pause a little bit because my hands hurt.
Yep, you probably should. I can call it for today, to be honest. It's past my bedtime.
I mean, we pretty much did 1.5 of these machines, right? So
yeah, and I did
count how many redos. Did you? I remember I wanted to run a checker on the other one, and it looked right. Except the actual TNT dupers, they were not there. Why are the TNTs on the schematic one level lower?
It's because they're not assembled. They assemble as soon as you run them. Oh my god, I'm gonna die in lava. That's really annoying. No, I got up. Amazing. I actually fell into lava.
Damn it. Extra blocks air. I love it.
Yep.
Missing blocks. 26 TNT. And that is it. And then a few things on wrong states. A lot of white glazed terracotta, an iron trapdoor, which none of them make any sense.
It doesn't matter, no.
So yeah, I think this side is done. And the other one, I just reached the top there, so we can start building the, I guess those are return stations.
Yep.
Special return stations that go down.
Yes, that's true. Ah, I think I finally got the last of the lava. It was a huge lava hole. Took about a stack of scaffolding to get rid of it. Yeah, and then I can build some trenchers to run over this and make the rest of the widening do the same on the other side. Don't know if I'll do it before we play. Well, I guess I can do it next week, right? Because you're not here next week. So I can do it then, even if you're not here. And I might also run a backup and just run the thing back and forth once to make sure that it works. But then I'll wait for you before we do the full run.
How optimistic are you?
Very. I mean, I don't see this being a problem, actually. I mean, it's a straightforward build. It's repetitive and there's lots of weird components, but it's easy to see if something is misplaced, right? Because you have access to all of the components from the outside. So if you just activate the schematic and fly around it with FreeCam, you can see if you have misplaced anything. So
I suppose you're right.
Yeah, I mean, comparatively, when I did the villager trading matrix, like the Skymond, the technical side of that, like you can't see anything. Everything is like when you build it, it's single block heights, everything is hidden. It's just a compact block of redstone, basically. It's impossible to debug anything. I had to rebuild it like 3 times before I got it working. And admittedly, I wasn't as good at redstone as I am now, but still, this is easy by comparison, just because everything is out in the open.
Yeah, I see the point.
We are at Y level 9. Oh, stop.
Diamonds.
Silk touch.
And the And the good old diamonds.
Yeah, I don't have my silk touch pitch. My silk touch pick is almost dead, so I don't wanna silk touch them. It's not worth losing a fully enchanted netherite pick for diamonds. And also, I already have like, I don't know, 15 of those, I think. There we go. No, let's leave it here. I wasn't going to go deeper because we're deep enough down now that there is basically no chance of the TNT jumping up and destroying anything of the machine. So I think that's
Did you add the safety margin?
Sorry?
Did you add the safety margin?
Yeah, I mean the minimal distance is 10 blocks and we're about 20 below at least. What is it? Yeah, it's 20 blocks instead of 10, so I would say yeah, there's safety margin.
So many slimes.
Yeah, I know.
Slimes everywhere.
Quite a lot of slimes.
Oh, the sand duper.
Anyway, thanks for today. Fun as usual. And without you next week then.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
And then after that you'll be back. Yes.
Yeah, should be.
So next week is actually July already. So I'm on vacation in July. It's not gonna matter. I'm gonna be paying anyway. You're going on vacation too, right?
No, just 2 days.
2 days.
Yeah, like a Friday and a Monday.
Your boss doesn't like you, man.
Nah, I am the problem. Like really, it's like I should just stop more, but people are, you know, the only guy that can take care of most of the stuff there.
Yeah.
That I could trust a little bit is on paternal leave until August. So I don't want to leave him there alone. I leave everyone there without me, because even if I do, if shit hits the fan, they will inevitably call me.
Yep.
In my fucking vacation, you know. At that point, like, what's the fucking point? I don't want to start a vacation and have my mind go back to work mode in the middle of it.
In Sweden, they're not allowed. Like, it's illegal to do that.
I mean, it's probably illegal here in Brazil too. But I'm a contractor. I'm not an employee, right? So.
Yeah, but I always just tell people that, when I work contract, it's like, yes, I'm a contractor, but I'm employed by a Swedish employer, right? Like, and they have to follow Swedish law, so they can't let me work.
Yeah, that's
when I'm not
true.
allowed to. So yeah.
Yeah, if you thought that, like, I'm my boss and my boss is telling me to do this.
Yep, exactly. I mean, they don't know I'm my boss, but I mean, I can just say that my Swedish employer can't let me work. Like, it's illegal. So unfortunately, you are going to have to let me be off this week. It's kind of handy sometimes.
Yeah, I did have. I don't think I mentioned this to you. They switched their contracts, and it was very interesting because it was a fucking surprise. You know, like June Second, we got an email about the contract that was already working since June 1st.
Uh-huh.
Like,
this doesn't sound sketchy at all. It's probably going to end up being completely okay.
Yeah, and then I was like, what? Then I looked at the contract, and they were basically switching from paying a salary, like a daily basis salary, to a monthly salary.
Mm-hmm.
And you would have to, use a different platform for it, and you basically, that would mean I don't have vacations anymore, right? Because before I could take vacations and just not get paid,
Yeah.
so they couldn't control me. But then without that, like, how the fuck do I take vacations, right? Like, you are contracting me for the whole month, always. So
yeah, okay.
then I was like, what the fuck is this, And you send me this email about the contract one day after the contract is already supposedly active.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even signed it, And then they're like, sorry, there was an email that was supposed to go like a week or two ago, and we forgot to send you about these changes.
About these changes that we made to your contract after you signed it.
Yeah.
But don't worry, everything is fine.
Yeah, and then I said, like, I was really upset. I said, like, is this how I should expect changes to happen here at Shogun moving forward? And then, the person was really worried and actually, scheduled a call, like, oh my god, let's resolve this. And then the person was like, oh my god, I forgot to send the email a few days ago, a few weeks ago. That's why it sounds like a new thing for you, but no, it's it's on the works for a long time, and this is actually good for you because you now can take vacation without getting less money in the end of the month, which that I completely agree. It's way better because you have this mental block about taking
Yep.
a vacation if then at the end of the month you're gonna receive half of it or less. So that is good, but and then they still hadn't really told us like how the holidays are going to look then, right? Because I don't know how my holidays are going to look. So is this good? Is this bad? Right?
Yep.
How can I sign this contract without knowing how this is going to work? And then she explained everything, and at least it seems like a good change. Now I have actual holidays here in Brazil. So I have 10 holidays, like local holidays that I can take.
Okay.
20 paid time off and 10 sick days. So
cool. So it's more like being an employee than, like more employee-like benefits.
Exactly. And apparently the payment platform that they chose actually have a local currency thing. So they can basically pay me straight in Brazil. I can just say send it to my bank and they do a local transfer because the money is already here.
Okay, cool.
And I have less taxes to pay. Not taxes, tariffs, and all that transfer stuff. I'm hopeful. We'll see.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Yeah, I still, this is still the first month. I still haven't received anything. Everything is.
Can you see the stream?
Let me see. Yes, I can.
Can you explain what this is?
What? There is a hole somewhere?
No, I think it's the shadow of this one, right? And I think there is like a torch here. And this is the light, and there's another torch over there. And this is the light inside of one chunk, and for some reason the other chunks haven't updated the light level. I wonder if it's because I'm in free cam and something is being messed up.
Yeah, that's weird, to say the least. I have never seen that.
Okay. There aren't any light sources here. There are lots of
Yeah,
mobs,
no,
though.
it's still there. I think it's
That
something
is...
to do with the diamonds.
I think it's because we ran those dupers back, right? So they blew up all of the torches, I assume. And something glitched and didn't update the light engine. I'm pretty sure that if I put the torch down, let's try it. Let's get a torch. If I put the torch down in that, it should update the light, right? When it has to recalculate it, I would assume it fixes the entire thing. No? No, apparently not. Nope.
Oh yeah, I
Still
don't know
broken.
because I'm seeing the thing delayed, so
Still didn't work. And also it's...
you know, you see what's there? I think it's what you were looking in the sky. Like if you look more to the diamond there's an open thing, but yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Like how would the light go from there?
Yeah, but even if it was a hole in the skymond and it's only daylight that propagates this far, so and now it's night, so it wouldn't be any light down here anyway. But if it was, it would be 15 in the middle and then taper out evenly around. Yeah, like this one here. This one, which is a torch, but imagine that the middle block there, where the torch is, would actually be a hole here in this one. It would look exactly like this. That's just broken light updates. I'm pretty sure. Where's the chunk borders? F3B. There we go. See, it's perfectly inside of one chunk. So it's like the light updates in this chunk somehow broke.
Yeah, that's a bug.
Anyways, never mind. I have to go now.